never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. It would be a surprise if the drought were not over in California yet. The Golden State being drenched with rains from another atmospheric river storm system that threatens rapidly rising waters in most places below 4,000 feet elevation in the Sacramento Valley in particular. Excessive rainfall could inundate places already devastated by severe flooding earlier this year.
Right into the San Francisco area and kind of the northern San Joaquin area where the heaviest precip will be. But the valley is going to see a good shot at least of 2 inches from north to south.
National Weather Service meteorologist Bill Rash. A top Republican claims Dr. Anthony Fauci lied and tried to cover up the COVID lab leak theory.
Kentucky Senator Rand Paul says
Fauci lied about funding the lab. He lied about it being gain of function. And he lied as part of an elaborate cover-up.
Paul believes Fauci should be prosecuted. This week, GOP House subcommittee members claim to have uncovered new email evidence suggesting Dr. Fauci prompted the drafting of a publication to disprove the Chinese lab leak theory. I'm Dave Collins.
Do you believe the Hunter Biden laptop story is disinformation?
I don't think there's anything I can share on that in open setting.
That is what the director of the FBI told a top House Republican when she asked him about that matter. Christopher Wray's remarks come after Hunter Biden finally admitted the infamous laptop was his. West Virginia wants to take its law that bans male student athletes who identify as female from playing on girls' school sports was put on hold by a federal court, and the state's attorney general isn't happy.
West Virginians and the American people are animated. They know this is a matter of basic common sense and basic fairness.
Patrick Morrissey added he's proud to defend the integrity of women's sports. If the High Court intervenes, the case could impact transgender sports law throughout the nation. This is USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? and as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Alex Murdaugh's attorneys are filing a notice of appeal following his double murder conviction. Murdaugh, a prominent and once wealthy South Carolina attorney, was given 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and youngest son in 2021. He was also convicted of 2 counts of possession of a weapon during a violent crime. The prosecution claimed Murdaugh was about to be exposed for stealing millions from his clients and committed the murders to gain sympathy. The recent spike in egg prices has inspired many people to raise chickens that will lay eggs.
To raise chickens, you need chicks, like the ones sold by the feed and seed store that Amy Scudder runs near Colorado Springs. She says she noticed that local farmers were selling eggs directly to people.
That kind of got me an idea of maybe hatching a little bit more this year and seeing how well it goes.
Scudder says they expect to hatch about 100 chicks this weekend.
I'm hoping I'll be able to sell them all and help people out. I've been seeing how to help build coops and all kinds of things.
She also says people are starting to turn to social media to find others who may have chicks. I'm Richard Johnson.
The Food and Drug Administration is issuing new standards that may help detect breast cancer sooner. The FDA will require mammogram providers to inform their patients if they have dense breasts. Having dense breast tissue increases a woman's chances of getting breast cancer. For women with dense breast tissue, the FDA recommends following up on a mammogram with an ultrasound. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, thank you very much. Is it that time again? According to the clock, it is. So here we go. Welcome aboard. Ready for the Big Friday show, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, what do you say? Ready for the weekend? It's almost that time. All right, hope you've had a good week. I think we got a lot of interesting info to share with you as we roll into the Friday, 10th day of March for 2023. Again, here comes the weekend. As we heard in the news break there a few moments ago, here comes the atmospheric river again, inundating California. More rain for the lower elevations. You're going to pile on more snow for the higher elevations. And we'll scroll out west. Already seeing some snow up in the southern portions of Idaho. Depending on your elevation there, in and around the Portland area. Not too far east of Portland, you got some snow. It's pretty much rain from Portland up into Olympia, Washington. Heavy rains, though, Central California, from San Francisco to Sacramento to Chico. Higher elevations, yep, it's snowing. Meanwhile, big storm system bringing rain and, yep, more snow to parts of the Great Lakes region. I'm already seeing reports from, we have Michigan Madman. He says, tonight, driving sucks. Yeah, because you're driving in the winter conditions. Dipsy drivers in that Michigan area as well. There's Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. You get 31 degrees. Light snow at the moment. Talking about maybe 4 to 6 inches by Friday evening. So welcome aboard. Love the show, everybody. Have a great weekend. Please stay safe out there. Now then from Michigan back out to Montana, there's Debbie, south central Montana. They're talking 2 to 4 inches, so just winter weather advisories. Now 2 to 4 inches in the valley, 2 to 3 feet over the higher elevations and the mountain passes. Now this is going to be in addition to 50, 60 mile an hour winds, gusts up to 75, they tell us. So we're going to have blowing and drifting snow, whiteout conditions. Stay in a safe place as this storm blows through southern Montana. Meanwhile, we've been talking for almost 2 weeks now. The incredible snowfall that inundated the San Bernardino area there in California. Word this past day, 12 people have been found dead in Southern California's San Bernardino County, a week after back-to-back winter storms dropped over 100 inches of snow in some areas. Now, is this weather-related or what's going on? According to the Sheriff's Department, at least one of those deaths is weather-related, but the other 11 not considered storm-related. All the bodies are awaiting autopsies. So it's kind of confusing. What's going on? So far, we can only confirm one, a traffic accident. According to a spokesperson for the Sheriff's Department, preliminary information is the other deaths do not indicate they're weather-related. But all we can say at this point, those investigations are ongoing. But frustration with the county authorities continues to grow in San Bernardino County. A lack of preparedness and very slow aid coming in. Running Springs resident Candace Watson knew there was going to be a storm in early March. And as someone that grew up in Montana and knew how to prepare to be snowed in, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, the storm that struck on March 1 was different. By the end of the storm, the highest measurement of snow on the ground around Running Springs was up to 150 inches. We're talking 12 and a half feet of snow. There was no preparedness or planning by the county, she says. I've lived here off and on since 1994. I've seen some big storms up here, and I've seen the way that they've handled them in past years. Historically speaking, this is very different. San Bernardino is one of the 13 counties that Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency to them due to the impacts of those back-to-back storms. However, residents expressing grievances over both the slow assistance and the lack of communication from the county as food in the pantries slowly dwindles. We haven't been told anything. We just keep getting told that we're being sent help. It's on the way. But we just don't ever see anything. We see 20 dozers on the side of the highway, but they sit there for days as we sit in our homes. AccuWeather reached out to the county public information officer and still awaiting a response. But the frustration compounded by the fact that Running Springs is an unincorporated town, meaning they don't have elected officials at the town level. They've got different resources than nearby cities like Big Bear, about 15 miles to the northeast. But as a community, we rely on the county to help us in extreme situations, she says. A day after the second snowstorm, when that fails, it falls to higher government. And when that fails, here we are stuck in our homes for over a week now. She added that the last time she had heard a snowplow drive by was like on Monday, February the 27th. Do what? Watson said the community itself of Running Spring wasn't able to take on such a storm without help clearing the roads, while food distribution sites are opened in Running Springs, Wrightwood, Crestline, and Blue Jay. The idea or the issue of getting to the supply states is a big barrier for many of the residents there. But you got a feel for the folks. I just can't imagine 150 inches of snow buried, stuck in place, right? Well, meanwhile, rest of the country, we saw a batch of light snow across the northern plains Wednesday, 6 inches in parts of South Dakota. A broader swath accompanies this late week storm across the Midwest. It's not going to be a blockbuster storm, but it's going to cause some travel troubles on the road and at the airports as well. Forecasters continue to zero in on a zone. Southern Wisconsin, southwest Michigan, areas that are going to pick up the heaviest accumulation. If you find yourself in the enhanced snow, totals could approach 18 inches possible. If the storm tracks a bit further south, higher snowfall totals across Nebraska, southern Iowa, and northern Illinois. This area includes hundreds of miles of I-80. Now, both Chicago and Detroit, they're going to see some mixed precip at times. If you don't see much of a mix of sleet and rain, there's the potential for a heavy accumulation from tonight through Friday evening. And really, it's going to come down to just a couple degrees in temperature, a few thousand feet above the ground, as to whether this brings a plowable storm with a couple of inches of slush or some that mostly just melts off on its own. As we head toward the weekend, air travelers get ready for delays. Major hubs Friday morning. Flight delays and cancellations at Chicago's O'Hare or Detroit's Metropolitan Airport that could have ripple effects across the country. Minneapolis, you're talking maybe another 6 inches of snow or more. As Minneapolis, your city's adding up some pretty impressive weather stats for this season. Since October 1, Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport has seen 75.1 inches of snow, with more on the way. This last storm could soon overtake the winter of 2017-18 top 10 snowiest seasons for Minneapolis on record. The storm will continue to press on to the east. Some accumulating snow for portions of northern Ohio, into Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and southern New England through the day today into Saturday morning. So yes, indeed, some travel delays as the week draws to a close and the weekend begins. Thunderstorms on the southern side. We're not expecting any major severe weather outbreak. Warmer conditions will bring some flooding concerns is going to be the biggest issue. The zone from, say, near Dallas to Little Rock, Arkansas, to Nashville, Tennessee, and Atlanta. A couple rounds of downpours through the end of the week here. At least you're not going to contend with snowy driving conditions, but reduced visibility, increased risk of hydroplaning, traveling at highway speeds. Rain widespread, 1 to 2 inches. Some areas may report 3 to 4 inches of rainfall. Some areas in that corridor have already picked up 3 to 5 inches of rain in the past week. So flooding, again, is going to be the main concern. Could see a few feisty thunderstorms, but not looking at any sort of a severe weather outbreak this week versus the past couple of storms there in the south. Underway, a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning, Philly Dan. What is that, a beer mug? TGIF. Yes, it is. Everybody have a great weekend. Hello to Marianne. We already touched on the Michigan Madman, Dipsy Driver. Hello to Colleen. Roy in Northwest Illinois, right at the freezing mark. Looks like we've got a winter weather advisory in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning here in Northwest Illinois. All right. Who else? Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow drivers. Cloudy, warm in Ironton, Virginia. Supposed to start raining pretty soon. Looking like we may get a wintry mix west of Winchester later, but no real accumulation. That's good. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Let's see. 5-7 on board. Is it your day? I think it is. Birthday, that is. We'll get to what he had to say in a moment. Hello, Brian. Morning, Steve and drivers. 70 degrees here in Houston. About to pick up my load and head to the valley for my weekly run. Be safe out there, drivers. Hammer down. All right, James Morning from Hazelhurst here in southeast Georgia. Cloudy, 57 degrees, rain on the way. Yeah, by the way, this area of Georgia, it's a whole other world compared to metro Atlanta. I bet it is, yes. All right, Colleen. Morning, Steve. Joe and Colleen in Colorado Springs checking in. Thank you to all the truckers out there for dealing with the weather and the crazy drivers out there. Everybody be safe and TGIF. Indeed. Hello, Billy. Morning, Steve, in the overnight drive, folks. From, is it Lat or Latte, South Carolina, 54 degrees. Have a great Friday. Thank you much. Buckeye Boy. There you go. At Ackworth, Georgia. What do you got? 51 degrees, spitting some rain. It's going to begin coming down a little heavier, but it's been that way most of the day. Looks like we could get some pretty good rain, which stinks because we've got remodeling going on outside. Uh-oh. Going to have to get a clutch and starter for one of the Hino straight trucks tomorrow. I'm dreading to find out what that's going to set me back, if they even have it in stock. That's been a problem, right? At least I can have my mechanic put it on. He's very reasonable and fast. But all right, so the puppet put out his lefty budget. Once again, cramming this climate change BS down our throat, which is only going to cost regular people their jobs, continue to drive up cost, and cause companies to lay off people or close altogether. 2024 can't get here soon enough. Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. All right, there it is, 5-7. Happy to me, he says. It's my day, not y'all's. It's all about me today. You may send your adulation, accommodations, and adorations at this time. Oh, big words there. Happy birthday, 5-7. All right. Mike checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Happy Friday. Be safe. Have a great weekend. That's Mike in Beaver Creek. Joe Self, good morning to the overnight drive family. 36 here in Winchester, Virginia. Looking at maybe a little wintry weather later today, but happy Friday to all. Enjoy your weekend. There's the Rambler. Good morning, good evening, whatever the case may be. Brother Rambler here with y'all. I'm coming to you from Bruton, Alabama. A comfortable 66 degrees. I sent Steve a story that I believe will qualify as a DA of the Week award. I've been listening. I haven't called in. That'll change tonight. I plan on calling in to say hello, everybody. Till then, take care and God bless. All right, I've got the story. That indeed qualifies for a DA of the Week. That happened earlier this past evening. Yeah, some big-time headaches along the interstate there, and we'll pull that up for you here momentarily. All right, as we head toward the bottom of the hour news break, of course, we'll get to your calls ahead. Who wants to be on board out of the box at 844-844-3388. All right, let me give you a heads up today as we head into a Friday. Still Thursday evening in Colorado, but as the sun comes up, the Colorado State Patrol will be conducting a major traffic enforcement effort in hopes of curtailing distracted driving. Friday, March 10. Colorado State Patrol troopers are going to partner with local law enforcement agencies for a what they highlight strict enforcement operation to bring awareness and put an end to distracted driving. Colorado State Patrol plans to concentrate their efforts on Highway 34, Highway 40, Highway 50, Highway 160, 287, I-70, and I-25. During this one-day detail, police will be looking for lane violations, speeding, careless and reckless driving behaviors. In the news release, State Patrol specifically mentioned snacking as a distracted driving behavior that officers are going to be looking out for. So if you made a pit stop or maybe tossed one of those big-ass burgers in the microwave, don't be taking a big bite out of your sandwich when you're rolling down the interstate. Most everybody does it, but whether your distraction is a cell phone, a tasty bite to eat, or even other passengers, that distraction is not worth your life. Open those snacks before you start driving. Eat those messy meals somewhere other than behind the wheel. Who wants to deal with those dried tomatoes and French fries under the seat months down the road anyway? According to the Colorado State Patrol, last year, Colorado lost 745 lives to traffic fatalities. The most roadway deaths that state has seen since 1981. Not often do you actually have a press release where they're kind of telling you they're going to be watching for people eating, snacking when behind the wheel. So you have been forewarned. It is 844-844-3388. As we head into a Friday, here come the weekend, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The president is calling on House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to put forward a budget from Republicans.
I'm ready to meet with the speaker anytime, tomorrow, if he has his budget. Lay it down, tell me what you want to do, I'll show you what I want to do, see what we can agree on.
While speaking in Philadelphia, Biden unveiled his own budget proposal and outlined his priorities on things like education, health care, and other issues. The budget includes a new billionaire tax, an increase on the tax for corporate stock buybacks, and an increase on the Medicare tax for those making more than $400,000 each year. Police in Oklahoma say a high school cheerleading coach that was fired and arrested earlier this year allegedly had sex with a student hundreds of times. According to officers in Moore, Jennifer Hawkins was in a 5-year sexual relationship with the student that started in 2017. He was a sophomore. Authorities said Hawkins first prompted the student for sex while he was dating her daughter. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? And as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we have here? We'll get to Rambler's DA of the Week nominee momentarily. First, I want to jump out, I believe, somewhere on the West Coast. Lee. Morning, Lee. It's Thursday evening for you. Morning.
Hey, good morning. Good evening. Hey, we're just passing through Newberry Springs, about 42 miles east of Barstow. They had the interstate shut down, but they did have you getting off of an off-ramp and taking a frontage road that ran along the north side of the interstate. It's probably about a 5 mile until you get back on the interstate again.
Okay.
It looked like possibly two trucks were involved. I definitely seen one there, but not sure about the other one. But he did hit something.
Okay, so are you in the zone where they're seeing that rain or no?
Not yet. Not yet. It's nice out here. It's 60 degrees out here right now.
Not bad.
No, it's really nice out. Haven't seen any rain yet, though, so we'll be headed to the 15 and head south in the 15. So haven't seen it yet, but we're expecting it.
I mean, according to the forecasters, this atmospheric river stretches from California all the way to Hawaii. So I guess it's going to rain half the weekend.
Yeah, well, they're saying from what I've seen, it looks like it's supposed to start around 2 o'clock this morning and last, at least from what I've seen, at least until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Okay.
So that's a lot of rain.
That's a lot of rain. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well,
we're not used to that.
Yeah. Well, great to hear from you out on the West Coast. We don't get a lot of California calls, so I appreciate you checking in. Everything else going all right out there?
Everything's going just fine. Yep, sure is.
All right. Well, have a great weekend, safe travels, and thanks for checking in.
All right, thank you.
There you go. All right, Rambler shared this. I would assume it's cleared up by now because the update was several hours ago. But out of Mobile, Alabama, an 18-wheeler going the wrong way through downtown Mobile and then onto Interstate 10, ultimately stopped by law enforcement. And again, the investigation was ongoing several hours ago. The Mobile sheriff said that they encountered the truck at 65 and Broad Street, going the wrong direction, and attempted to pull the truck over. Driver refused, continued into downtown, going the wrong way on several one-way streets before ending up at the CSA terminal and ramming the gate. At some point, the truck ended up on I-10, going westbound in the eastbound lanes, 20 to 30 miles per hour on the interstate there. Sheriff said that's when deputies were able to shoot out the tires and stop the vehicle near the Michigan Avenue exit. A suspect tried to flee on foot, but deputies and a canine unit were able to stop him and make an arrest. Deputies said they believed the man to be under the influence after finding several grams of meth on him. But again, several hours ago, they said the narcotics unit was on the way with the canine unit to search the truck. But just crazy in Mobile. 18-wheeler gets a DA of the Week nominee for sure. All right, hello, Big John, who chimes in via the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Everybody have a safe week out there. Raining out there, a little bit sloppy, but stay safe on the road. Thanks for all you do. From your friend, Big John. And an email from Dipsy Driver. He said, good morning. I thought I'd share this story again. On September the 10th of 1956, my mom checked into St. Joseph Mercy Hospital on Grand Boulevard in Detroit. Gave birth to a baby girl. While she was there, she met another lady who also gave birth to a baby girl on that same day. A year and a half later, March 11 of 1958, she checked into the same hospital, met the same lady, and both gave birth to baby boys on that same day, which I was one of. That story actually made the Detroit newspaper, so I guess I had my 15 minutes of fame on that day when I was born. But that's quite the story. Two women giving birth 2 years later on the same date. What are the odds? Somebody should have played the Powerball, but I guess it didn't exist then. Anyway, have a great safe weekend. Great show as always, Steve. Yeah, thanks for sharing there. Dipsy Driver. All right, 24 hours ago, we didn't have much info. All we knew was Mitch McConnell had a fall. He was in the hospital. Update says Mitch suffered a concussion after tripping at the hotel in Washington Wednesday evening, expected to remain hospitalized for several days, according to his spokesman. 81-year-old McConnell was rushed to the hospital upon tripping at a reception and private dinner at the Waldorf Astoria, hosted by the Senate Leadership Fund, a campaign fund closely aligned with his establishment political position. Simple statement said Leader McConnell tripped at a dinner event and has been admitted to the hospital being treated for a concussion, expected to remain in the hospital for a few days of observation and treatment. The leader's grateful to the medical professionals for their care and to his colleagues for their warm wishes. McConnell's absence will impact the Republican Senate minority. Until McConnell's return, Republicans will only have 48 lawmakers to combat Democrat policies. Democrats, of course, control the Senate with 51 votes. Notably, John Fetterman has been absent for over a week, but they are now saying purportedly will be returning soon. As we shared last evening, McConnell, the longest-serving Senate party leader in history, after winning January's re-election as Senate Republican leader. And of course, there were those 10 defectors that voted for Rick Scott. The votes against McConnell marked the first time he had received a no vote for that leadership position, though. Kind of a sign the Republican parties began to turn against that establishment agenda. Far too late. Should have done that a long time ago. Under McConnell's leadership, the nation has struggled with soaring debt, illegal immigration, deteriorating real wages. McConnell presided over the enactment of Obamacare. He presided over the 2008 big bank bailout, big tech censorship, and Dr. Fauci's alleged lies to Congress without consequences, which, as we heard in the news break there a few minutes ago, that may be changing. Some calling for Fauci to be prosecuted. And that's a story we'll also be updating. Hearing from the former director of the CDC, testifying before the committee investigating the origins of COVID this past day. Indeed, he unveiled some rather interesting things. Well, hello, Rambler. There he is.
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children. Glad to be back on the air with you. And I know I've been absent all week, and I apologize for that. And I appreciate everyone that's messaged me and let me know. Said, hey, Brother Rambler, we miss you. We miss hearing you call in, Steve Summers, and we want to hear you. Well, praise God, I'm here. And I tell you, Dipsy Driver, that story was real. I forget where I heard that, but it was the same story as you were reading that. Oh, man, I can't remember who was reading it, but maybe it was Glenn Beck or someone like that read that same exact story. That's pretty amazing that it ends up like that, you know. So that's pretty cool, man. So, 15 minutes of fame. And, and every time you call into Steve Summers or anything like that, you get the little extra 2 minutes added to it, you know. So, hey. Well, praise God. Well, Steve, as most of you know, God's children, I've been driving a truck since 1998. Summer of 1998. Matter of fact, June 24th, 1998 was my first day in trucking. And I can honestly say, Steve, I've never have used cocaine. I've never even tried methamphetamine. And, look, we do comedy bits here, and the Ball Brothers with me and Pappy. Look, it's all comedy. Truth be told, I may have tried pot once or twice. But I did inhale. But, I just never did do anything for me, never liked it. If I had anything that I like doing, I like pop at the top on Skull Busters. The Lord delivered me from that, many years ago. But, I've always used, and I never really smoked that much, but I've always used either water, Mountain Dew, or coffee, and Marlboro Lights to keep me going. I never have had to use any kind of drugs or stimulants. And I think I tried Yellow Jackets one time, but Steve, I ended up on the shoulder road, the road throwing up. Because they just made me sick and jittery, and that was that. So I'm saying this, it's already hard enough in this society, to get a loan, go to a driving school, and to get a CDL. I'm starting to think, and I said this many years ago, I started to think a lot of the drivers are getting their CDLs from Cracker Jack boxes now, the amount of drivers we're seeing out here. But in any event, you pay money to get your CDL, whether you get it from a Cracker Jack box or you go and pay $15,000 for truck driving school. It just behooves me, Steve, to sit here and think, how many people, and I saw the post on your page from someone posted from CDL Life. I think the sheriff had a can of Bud Light where the driver was impaired. They pulled an 18-wheeler driver over, big truck driver, or wannabe truck driver. And he was drunk. Why on God's blue and green earth do you want to go and ruin your career? And look, I don't care what you say. If you're holding on to a steering wheel, looking at this electronic log, delivering a load, you have a career in this industry. Why on God's blue and green earth do you find it necessary to go and see the dope man, get you some dope, because you've got to get out here and try and push. God's children, I know we have a job to do, but I ain't never had to take any kind of stimulants as far as caffeine to make me have to go do my job. Either A, you like getting high, or B, you just feel the need that this is what it's going to take. No, it ain't what it takes. And you're ruining your life. And you're kind of making yourself out, Steve, they're kind of making themselves out to be a narcissist because they're only thinking about themselves. They don't think about the impact it has on their family if they're married. And God forbid you have children, and now they don't get to see it. And there's men and women alike. Lord have mercy, you just read a story, I think, a month or so ago about a female truck driver in Arkansas at a Walmart that tore up the car. She was high on methamphetamine. Why do you want to ruin your life? Because when it's all over said and done with, when you get out of jail, the most you'll be able to do is work at a daggone McDonald's. Your career is over. It's done. So come on, have some common sense. You don't need drugs to go do this job. You have to have passion. It takes passion. Number one, you got to want to do this. And if you don't want to do it, if you think you know it all the time, hang up the keys. Because, Steve, I learned something out here every single night. Praise God. But I have been listening to the show. I listened to last night talk about the International Space Station. And I keep up with it, too, because I think the flybys are pretty neat. And me and Star Wars Dane, we have a telescope. And we can keep up with everything going on as far as, trying to see the comet. And by the way, we got another comet that's going to be coming up in 2024, I've read, that's going to be pretty bright as well.
I saw that. Maybe
I don't know if you've seen it.
I saw that story. It's a little ways off, but yeah, they're saying it should be as bright as a star, which would be, naked eye visible. I never did see the comet that passed through here a couple months ago. Never did spot it.
We found it, but it was hard to find. And the only time it ever appeared green is if you have to have the equipment to take a picture of it. That's the only time it'll appear green. But we look between the Little Dipper and forget the other constellation. We were able to find it, but we had to sit there because we don't have the computerized. We had to sit there and just turn the knobs and scan, and then we finally. I said, "Oh, there it is, Dane. We found it." It wasn't that impressive, So hopefully this one will be. But you're talking about the International Space Station and all that stuff, and you got to be in a certain location to look at it and everything like that. Well, I want to tell you something, God's children. And I know a lot of you listening, you're going to say, "Oh, Lord, here Brother Rambler going to start preaching to us." Yes, I am going to preach a little bit if you allow me. And I know some of you listening are going to say, "I've heard this story from my preacher when I was just a kid." God's children, you have to be in a certain location to see the International Space Station, but there's coming in events. And yes, I've been told this when I was a kid. Yes, some of you older drivers, you were told it when you were a kid, but now the signs of the times are upon us. We're having things happen that you never thought would ever happen before. The Bible says in Matthew 24:27, as far as the lightning shines to the east, as though it shines to the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man shall be. There's coming an event, God's children. You better get ready because Jesus Christ, and you will never find rapture in the Bible. You can go from Genesis to Revelation, stop off at Ezekiel, make a right at Isaiah, go to Matthew. You can look all over the Bible. You'll never see rapture. But Steve, you will find resurrection. And there's coming a resurrection. There's coming a resurrection of the dead, of our lost, of our loved ones who have went on to be with the Lord. They're going to be resurrected. And Steve, the Bible says in 1 Corinthians chapter 15:52, it says this. It says, "In a moment's notice, in the twinkling and the blinking of an eye, at the last trump of God, corruptible will be made uncorruptible. We will be changed in a moment's notice, and we will go meet Jesus in the air." And it says the same thing in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, that the dead in Christ shall rise first, and we which remain shall go and join him in the air. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words. And Steve, it also says in 2 Peter that God does not count slackness as most men count slackness. That 1,000 years is like 1 minute to God. And in a moment's notice, it says also that this event is going to be seen all over the world. But to the ones who are lost, who don't know Jesus Christ, it's going to be like time is frozen. That's where physics applies. It's going to happen so fast, it's like it'll be frozen. But for us who are saved, we'll be able to see it. And trust me, God, if you're sitting in a cemetery when this event happens, it's going to be like, the old Dust Bowl days, the days of the Dust Bowl. Back in the Great Depression, there's going to be so much dirt flying from these graves popping open, it's going to just put that to shame. God bless. Hallelujah. And I tell you what, it's fixing to happen. There's a lot of stuff that has happened. Some more things has got to be happening. It's going to happen, but you better get yourself right, God, Judy, because Jesus is really coming back. But Steve, I know you got to take a short break. I done rambled on enough. I love you, God's children. If you're thinking about trying to do drugs to hold on to this steering wheel and get that load there, please reconsider what you're putting in your body. Trust me, I have a brother that's no longer with me no more. He was addicted to that stuff. He told me, he said, when he would go and urinate, it was like he was urinating sun-kissed soda. That's the kind of garbage that you're putting into your body and you're trying to expel out. So come on, there's a better way to do this job. You don't need amphetamines to do it. Come on. But you do need Jesus, and I encourage you today, no Jesus, no peace. Praise God. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, thank you for taking my call. I love you, man. You have a great weekend, brother.
All right, and real quick, do you know, is that I-10 thing, is that all cleared up by now? Should that be all?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That is all clear. And there was actually 2 wrecks on I-10. There was one right there at exit 4, the Grand Bay exit, and I had traffic backed up for miles. And yes, they have cleared that. They had Pitts and Sons towing and recovery out there to get the truck. I think the truck actually got laid over on its side. But yes, brother, it is cleared up. And traffic is flowing through there, and that's a major freight corridor. A lot of freight moves along there, Oh, and one more thing. Starting next month, in the month of April, they're going to start laying the pilings down. It's going to be a 5-year project. They're starting to build the new Mobile Bay Bridge. So you think traffic is snarled at the Wallace Tunnel now? It's really going to be getting hectic, but just be patient, God's children and drivers out there. This project, it is going to be a toll bridge, unfortunately, but it should ease a lot of the congestion that goes through the tunnel. And a lot of you drivers out there that are listening, you know exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of traffic in that area. So they're going to start the road work, and there's going to be a lot of backups there too. But trust me, it's all for a good cause. Just hate they're going to charge you toll for it. All right, Steve. God bless
Thank you,
man.
Thanks for the update. Have a great weekend. There you go. All right, let's see. News update just around the corner here. When we come back, other industry headlines. This week, lawmakers introduced a bipartisan bill that would repeal a long-standing tax on the purchase of new heavy-duty trucks. The Modern, Clean, and Safe Truck Act of 2023. The bill was introduced on March the 8th, a couple days ago, by Senators Ben Cardin and Todd Young. So it's all about the federal excise tax on heavy trucks and trailers. Lawmakers say, listen, this is antiquated, outdated. It was established over 100 years ago to support efforts to pay for World War I at the time. The federal excise tax was first levied by Congress in 1917. So we'll give you the rest of the story, what that's all about. And we got an update on the 4 Americans kidnapped 2 killed as they crossed into Mexico earlier this week. It's kind of bizarre. I think the cartels are hearing from the U.S. media, the news. We talked last evening about, what's his name, Lindsey Graham, introducing a bill to kind of declare war on the cartels. There's calls to declare them as terrorist organizations. I'll explain what we mean. They're getting that message, and they're concerned. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. It would be a surprise if the drought were not over in California yet. The Golden State being drenched with rains from another atmospheric river storm system that threatens rapidly rising waters in most places below 4,000 feet elevation in the Sacramento Valley in particular. Excessive rainfall could inundate places already devastated by severe flooding earlier this year.
Right into the San Francisco area and kind of the northern San Joaquin area where the heaviest precip will be. But the valley is going to see a good shot at least of 2 inches from north to south.
National Weather Service meteorologist Bill Rash. A top Republican claims Dr. Anthony Fauci lied and tried to cover up the COVID lab leak theory.
Kentucky Senator Rand Paul says
Fauci lied about funding the lab. He lied about it being gain of function. And he lied as part of an elaborate cover-up.
Paul believes Fauci should be prosecuted. This week, GOP House subcommittee members claim to have uncovered new email evidence suggesting Dr. Fauci prompted the drafting of a publication to disprove the Chinese lab leak theory. I'm Dave Collins.
Do you believe the Hunter Biden laptop story is disinformation?
I don't think there's anything I can share on that in open setting.
That is what the director of the FBI told a top House Republican when she asked him about that matter. Christopher Wray's remarks come after Hunter Biden finally admitted the infamous laptop was his. West Virginia wants to take its law that bans male student athletes who identify as female from playing on girls' school sports was put on hold by a federal court, and the state's attorney general isn't happy.
West Virginians and the American people are animated. They know this is a matter of basic common sense and basic fairness.
Patrick Morrissey added he's proud to defend the integrity of women's sports. If the high court intervenes, the case could impact transgender sports law throughout the nation. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Alex Murdaugh's attorneys are filing a notice of appeal following his double murder conviction. Murdaugh, a prominent and once wealthy South Carolina attorney, was given 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and youngest son in 2021. He was also convicted of 2 counts of possession of a weapon during a violent crime. The prosecution claimed Murdaugh was about to be exposed for stealing millions from his clients and committed the murders to gain sympathy. The recent spike in egg prices has inspired many people to raise chickens that will lay eggs.
To raise chickens, you need chicks, like the ones sold by the feed and seed store that Amy Scudder runs near Colorado Springs. She says she noticed that local farmers were selling eggs directly to people.
That kind of got me an idea of maybe hatching a little bit more this year and seeing how well it goes.
Scudder says they expect to hatch about 100 chicks this weekend.
I'm hoping I'll be able to sell them all and help people out. You know, I've been seeing how to help build coops and all kinds of things.
She also says people are starting to turn to social media to find others who may have chicks. I'm Richard Johnson.
The Food and Drug Administration is issuing new standards that may help detect breast cancer sooner. The FDA will require mammogram providers to inform their patients if they have dense breasts. Having dense breast tissue increases a woman's chances of getting breast cancer. For women with dense breast tissue, the FDA recommends following up on a mammogram with an ultrasound. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's a list too long for one report, so here comes Shipshewana Competitors Part 2. And just like every one of them, you're invited. Plus, we have news about another upcoming poll brought to you by Mack Trailer. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We left off in last week's report after exploring the roster of 3 of the 5 invited championship pulling divisions slated to appear at the 4th annual NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals, which is now less than 2 weeks away on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana. Tickets for the NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com. The prices are lower than they'll be on the day of the event, and attendance has grown over its 3 previous iterations as the Shipshewana Spring Nationals becomes a tradition for pulling fans in the tri-state. So if you're thinking of going, head over to shopntpa.com and close the deal. Also, the entire event will be streamed at ntpa.tv using the cameras of the NTPA Championship Pulling Weekly Television Series on RFD TV. Watch it on your TV, PC, or mobile device using one of several available apps after signing up for an account at ntpa.tv. So far, we've brought you the Super Farm Pro Stock and 4.1 Limited Pro Stock competitors. Invited Hot Farm tractors include Darren Bomber from Brookville, Indiana, and I Got This. Colton Bomber from Brookville, Indiana, and Daddy's Money. Brian Carrington from Greenville, Ohio, and Endless. Alan Daly from Star City, Indiana, and No Name Deer. Ryan Funk from Royal Center, Indiana, and Hooked on a Feeling. Tim Jones from Berrien Springs, Michigan, and Against the Odds. Scott Miller of Spencerville, Ohio, and Dragline Express. Mike Robbins of Greensburg, Indiana, and Fire in the Hole. Brant Schrader of Columbia City, Indiana, and Addiction. Kevin D. Smith from Rochester, Indiana, and Buckshot Reloaded. Travis Smith from Rochester, Indiana, and Cornfield Cadillac. Matt and Kylie Warner of Versailles, Indiana, and Ragin' Buck, and Everett Wilkerson of Defiance, Ohio, and just one more. And invited Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks include Mike Burton of New Philadelphia, Ohio, and the Backwoods Evolution. C.W. Cartmel of Monticello, Indiana, and Most Hated. Corey Frank of Bloomingdale, Ohio, and Causing Trouble. Stacy Gwynn of Albany, Ohio, and Juiced Up. Eric Huckey of College Corner, Ohio, and Slightly Overworked. Jordan Jackson of Connersville, Indiana, and Billet Steel and Sex Appeal. Calvin Logan of Bowerstown, Ohio, and Running Out of Room. Matt Lautz of Elkhart, Indiana, and the Night Howler. Brian Shue of Columbia City, Indiana, and the Iron Maiden. Eric Widman of Republic, Ohio, and Big Red. Jacob Widman of Tiffin, Ohio, and Under Pressure. And Robert Widman of Republic, Ohio, and Boosted. And if all that horsepower isn't enough to whet your appetite for noise, smoke, and thrilling competition, we have even better news. The Mack Trailer Winter Nationals will invade historic Freedom Hall on the grounds of the Kentucky Exposition Center for one session on Saturday, April 1st, beginning at 5 p.m. The Winter Nationals coincide with the final day of the Mid-American Trucking Show held at the Expo Center, so if you're already in town for the truck show, why not hang around for a Saturday night with the best competitors of the NTPA? Divisions on the card include open fuel superstock tractors, modified minis, 10,000-pound pro stock tractors, and the heaviest division in the motorsport, the 20,000-pound super semis. Tickets won't go on sale to the general public for a few more weeks, but we've posted a link on the front page at ntpapull.com that will allow you to purchase tickets today. That's ntpapull.com for a link to tickets to the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals at the Kentucky Expo Center on Saturday, April 1st, right at the end of the truck show. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. Yeah, that was the big update. Mid-America Truck Show, NTPA pulls. And obviously from that report, some of the best will be there in Louisville to join us. The final day of the Mid-America Truck Show, which is just around the corner. March 30th, 31st, and April 1. Speaking of which, seeing as we're getting kind of excited about that, our friends over at Bostrom Seating want you to get excited as they've teamed up with us once again for our Bostrom Seating giveaway. 3 winners will win a Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seat. It's like the granddaddy of the Bostrom Seating. Top of the line. It's like over a $2,000 value. We will be giving away 2 of the black and gray ultra leather high profile smart seat valve, dual 16-inch armrest, high back seats. And 1 lucky winner will win a gray Maduro cloth, high-profile smart seat valve, 16-inch dual armrest, high back seat. It is simple. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contests and download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app. Taking entries right now, and the more entries you get, the better your chances of winning. You can get additional entries for subscribing. You get additional entries for liking our social media pages and sharing with others. Take advantage of that right now. OvernightDriveRadio.com. And good luck from Hot Shot Secret and Bostrom Seating. All right, got a Friday, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to the Eskimo mom from a rainy Kentucky tonight. Happy Friday, or for Eskimo mom, it's hump day. Got the regular run tonight. Hope the winter weather stays north where it belongs. And Groundhog needs to make up his mind, right? Rainy and 46 degrees, I-71 coming into Louisville. Everybody be safe. Have a good weekend. All right, safe travels there, Eskimo Mom. Rubber Duck. Hey, y'all, from a somewhat snowy LaPorte, Indiana. Sticking to the grass, not sticking to the road at this point in time. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 51 degrees in Athens, Georgia. Loading steers that will ultimately end up 25 miles away from a hot blonde. So right there near the home 20, huh? A special Peach State shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger. There you go. Hello, Sylvester. Getting ready for our flight to North America. Just now done with my yearly appraisal. Done with work until the 26th of April. How about that? Yeehaw. It is a stunning 85 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia, where we're at this hour. All right. Flight coming soon, right? Brain Dead. Hey there. Morning, Steve. Hope you had a great week. Hope you have a great weekend. Since you are DA of the Week nominee from our Florida office, of course. Oh, and the person who posted the driver who had a warrant for murder not far from the backyard just kind of shows there's a lot of scumbag companies out there that don't care who or what they hire. Interesting that you'd say that. I saw a post here a few minutes ago. I haven't seen Heatwave check it, and he may be at the Hacienda tonight, or maybe he's sleeping at this hour, but something along, I can't find the post here, something along the lines that he said, Steve, I rode with a co-driver who was fired by Swift. Did you hear that? Yellow hired a driver that was fired by Swift. And he went on to say something along the lines that I guess the good Lord must have been looking out for me last night. So I guess that was his co-driver. Wow, okay, makes you kind of wonder. Maybe at some point he'll give us the rest of the story on that. Maybe checking in this morning. If not, maybe next week. We'll get the full report. Now, speaking of our, Brain Dead's DA of the Week nominee, here you go. A man from Key West behind bars after deputies say he stole $950 worth of seafood from a restaurant and tried to sell it to a grocery store. Monroe County Sheriff's Office, a 50-year-old Louis Alonzo Monser, was caught on security cameras breaking into the docks on Front Street in Stock Island, stealing $950 worth of shrimp and lobster tails. He left the scene attempting to sell the seafood to a Tom Thumb food market clerk, where he also used a stolen credit card to make a purchase. Sheriff's Office said Manser was located Thursday, charged with multiple counts of larceny, as well as fraud and criminal mischief. He was also charged with attempting to burglarize the El Mocho restaurant, a little Mexican food, about the very same time as he robbed the seafood. There you go, DA of the Week nominee. And I mentioned, what I read into this is the cartels in Mexico are maybe fearing that what occurred with those 4 U.S. citizens, 2 of which were killed, the other 2 are now returned to the U.S., and they're hearing the calls for declaring the cartels terrorist organizations. Some suggesting, well, we can send drones and Hellfire missiles. You treat them like they are the terrorists that they are, right? 5 cartel, the assassins who kidnapped those 4 Americans and killed 2, were tied up and dumped in the street by the cartel bosses, the narco bosses. The suspects pictured kind of smirking as they were arrested in the center of the city of Matamoros on Wednesday night. A note was attached from the bosses, written in Spanish, left with the henchmen apologizing for the killings, claiming they were happy to hand over those responsible. They claimed the assassins, who were part of the notorious Scorpions splinter group, operated outside of cartel rules and condemned the attack, adding the CDG has always respected the life and integrity of the innocent. First I've heard of that. Now, this comes as questions are being raised over why the Americans were in the cartel-run city in the first place, as apparently the Daily Mail has revealed previous links to drugs with these individuals. The Mexican government announcing this past day they're probing whether the kidnapping could be directly linked to drug trafficking. Now, of course, the survivors' families claiming they were there so one in that group could get a cheap tummy tuck surgery, right? The Gulf Cartel left behind the note on a white poster where it tried to apologize for the brutal murders. The Gulf Cartel Scorpions group strongly condemns the events of last Friday, March 3rd, where unfortunately an innocent working mother died and 4 American citizens were kidnapped, of which 2 died. The criminal organization, which has been around since the 1930s, claimed these suspects acted on their own. And for this reason, we've decided to hand over those involved and directly responsible for the facts, who at all times acted under their own determination and indiscipline against the rules that the CDG has always operated, respecting the life and integrity of the innocent. Now, prosecutor's office said law enforcement investigators assigned to the kidnapping located and confiscated an ambulance that the cartel used to drive the American victims to a local clinic for treatment after that attack. We know the South Carolina residents, Lativia McKee, her cousin, Shaeed Woodward, and her friends, Zindell Brown and Eric James, crossed into Matamoros about 9 o'clock last Friday morning, coming under attack about 2 hours later. All right, the Gulf henchmen were seen on video forcing McKee into the flatbed of a pickup truck and dumping the bodies of Woodward, Brown, and James in that vehicle. The 3 men were allegedly accompanying McKee on the road trip from South Carolina for McGee's surgery. That's the story they gave. Now, Mexican law enforcement agents are investigating the possibility that members of the cartel kidnapped the Americans, thinking they were encroaching on their turf, according to the government documents. But the DailyMail.com revealed lengthy rap sheets for these 4 kidnapped citizens, with authorities stating drug trafficking cannot actually be ruled out in this case. So kind of a different scenario there. The plot kind of thickens. Meanwhile, let's get to the calls. Mark, I believe, on board. Hello, Mark.
How you doing? This first-time caller, long-time listener. I just retired now. I used to haul about 15 years ago. I hauled out of Dayton down to Louisville, and always enjoyed listening to you. And Long Ranger called in. I always liked listening to him. And I like listening to American Eagle when he calls in, but I listen to you a lot. Never did call in. Always, I don't know, didn't know what to say, but I enjoyed your show and everything.
So retired now? How long you been retired, Mark?
2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 years. I live north of Dayton. I hauled out of Dayton down to Louisville every night there for several years, and that's how I got to listen to you.
So what are we doing?
I have my mom's. Go ahead.
What are we doing in retirement, Mark? What's keeping you busy these days?
My brother, he's got a used car lot, and I repairs cars for him. Don't get real busy, but I help him keep his cars repaired before he sells them and stuff.
There you go.
But I just got back from Florida. I was down there for the dirt races for 6 weeks, and I listened to you down there every night.
Ah, okay, yeah. I mean, that was what's his name down there? Wheelchair Dave had been sending me some of that. There was some great racing there last month, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was down there in East Bay, Volusia County, and I went to like 5 tracks, all dirt racing, dirt late models.
So who's your favorite driver, Mark? I'm a big fan of Dale McDowell out of Chickamauga, Georgia.
Well, yeah, I like them all. I really don't have any that I dislike. You know, I like them all. It was Hudson O'Neal put a good show on down there. He's number 1 right now for the dirt late models. But they got one coming up next week. Probably get rained out or canceled because of weather at Atomic here in Ohio. They'll be here. It's the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. The ones I usually follow that are the World Outlaws.
Yeah, right. And I think Dale runs in that World of Outlaws series, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he was down there for a couple shows. He didn't run the whole week, the whole time I was down there. He only ran a couple races. I don't know why he didn't, but he had health reasons there a couple of years ago. But I don't think that's the problem. I just think he kind of picks and chooses what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And I know he's always, he picks, obviously most of them, they try to make it to the high dollar races, at the 30,000 to win, 50,000 to win. He's always there for those. So.
Yeah, he's a good one. But I go to all the ones at Eldora when they get up here too, because I don't live far from there. But I go to Eldora. I go to a lot of them really. So I kind of travel all over. We got a motorhome, and my wife go to quite a few of them. But I always enjoyed your show, and I had my mom. She always listened to it till she passed away, but she always cracked up listening to Monkey Gouger and them. She'd always liked listening to you.
How about that? Well, have you tried Hot Shot Secret Product? First time caller, Mark. I got your number down here. We'll get that turned in and get you a $60 code. Have you ever tried Hot Shot Secret Products to date?
Yeah. I used it in my truck one time. I can't remember what it was. It was something just in the oil. I forget now what it was.
Probably the Stiction Eliminator.
Yeah, probably. It was quite a few years ago when I did it. But that was the only time I used it.
Well, you got a personal vehicle? You driving a gas engine or a diesel?
Yeah, gas is what I got now. I don't have any diesels.
Well, when you get your code, go to hotshotsecret.com. I would recommend getting the Stiction Eliminator. Enough to treat you. You won't need one of the big 64-ounce bottles. You just need the smaller bottle for your automobile.
Yeah.
And then get a bottle of the Gasoline Extreme for the gas side. That'll clean everything up on both sides, oil side, gas side. And one of these days you can call after you get that run for a little bit and let us know how things have improved with your performance.
Okay. I enjoy your show. Then I missed it there for a while when you was on WLW, and then you
disappeared.
Was off there for
he just disappeared, yeah.
Yeah. Then I finally, I forget how I found you, but I just Googled it, I think, and then seen he was coming on this. And
yep.
So I kept watching for it. But anyway, nice talking. I enjoy listening to people calling in.
I appreciate you. The first time caller I've had in a couple of weeks, I think. Thank you so much, Mark, there up toward Dayton, Ohio. It is 844-3388. So I see we're a couple of minutes from news break. Did I get back to the rest of the story? Yeah, let me finish that up here before we get back to the calls after the news break. I mentioned the Modern, Clean, and Safe Trucks Act, talking about eliminating the federal excise tax for heavy trucks and trailers. It's over 100 years old. Initially intended to support the efforts to pay for World War I. The federal excise tax is a 12% of the sale price, reportedly the highest excise tax placed on any product in the country, which routinely adds anywhere from $12,000 to $22,000 to the cost of a new heavy truck, tractor, or trailer. According to the text of the bill, lawmakers argue that repealing the federal excise tax would incentivize fleets to modernize to some of the cleaner, safer trucks and trailers. It is time to repeal this outdated, onerous tax on our Hoosier truckers, says Senator Young. Our bipartisan bill will open the floodgates to investment in safer and cleaner trucks and trailers. That's going to benefit the economy, and it'll benefit the environment. The bill is supported by the American Trucking Associations. The federal excise tax on purchases of trucks adds nearly $25,000 to the cost of new equipment, slowing deployment of safer, more environmentally friendly vehicles, says Chris Spear of the ATA. This more than 100-year-old tax, first instituted to support American troops during the First World War, has far outlived its usefulness and now acts as an impediment to creating jobs, reducing emissions, and improving highway safety. So I'm sure should have plenty of support from the industry. Yes, I mean, yeah, where's that tax money going today versus the intended 100 years ago? Once they put something, once they tax you, they never want to roll them back. There's another prime example of that. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The president is calling on House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to put forward a budget from Republicans.
I'm ready to meet with the Speaker anytime, tomorrow, if he has his budget. Lay it down, tell me what you want to do, I'll show you what I want to do, see what we can agree on.
While speaking in Philadelphia, Biden unveiled his own budget proposal and outlined his priorities on things like education, health care, and other issues. The budget includes a new billionaire tax, an increase on the tax for corporate stock buybacks, and an increase on the Medicare tax for those making more than $400,000 each year. Police in Oklahoma say a high school cheerleading coach that was fired and arrested earlier this year allegedly had sex with a student hundreds of times. According to officers in Moore, Jennifer Hawkins was in a 5-year sexual relationship with the student that started in 2017. He was a sophomore. Authorities said Hawkins first prompted the student for sex while he was dating her daughter. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? And as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back on a Friday, TGIF. Good to have you on board. Hope you've had a good week as we roll toward the weekend. Hello, Dipsy Driver.
Hey there, Steve. Good morning. Yeah, thanks for reading that email. Yeah, I wasn't the one that called Glenn back, but it's kind of interesting that somebody else was in the same scenario. Thank you, Rambler, for bringing that up.
It's pretty wild. Did they? Do you going back to the what did the paper write up? Did they have anything about the odds of something like that happening? It had to be one in hundreds of millions or something.
Oh boy, I got the newspaper clippings. In fact, I got a couple of them, but they're kind of buried in my archives here. I should try to dig that up. My dad, he was really proud of that, and well, of course, my mom. Unfortunately, I lost my mom when she was when I was only 5 years old.
Oh wow!
But, yeah, there's kind of a story there, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. Somebody else had the same scenario there, but yeah, I was gonna talk a little bit about Mexico. I guess the four that were abducted, weren't they like pulled over for, I guess, maybe rolling through a stop sign or something like that?
No, it was more like the cartels that that group had set up kind of a roadblock, and they make it sound kind of like I would assume they saw the cartel, the roadblock, and the guns they were holding, and got scared and just tried to plow through, and they opened fire on them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I remember when I worked in Saltillo, which about an hour and a half from Monterey where I flew in, and they did have checkpoints, but they would just kind of look at you, and they were all armed.
Yeah.
And, you know, I always blew through no problem. But as far as stop signs go, there's no such thing except, you know, when I was working out there, it was maybe 10, 12 years ago. If you stopped at a stop sign, you would either get flipped off or they'd just blow their horn or get in front of you and cut you off. You know, they should just paint it's called Alto. They should just paint those yellow because nobody stops. I mean, you look and you go. But, when I was working out there was a list of do's and don'ts for Americans in Mexico. And one of the items on there was keep a $100 bill paper clipped to your driver's license. So if you did get pulled over, you know, you hand them the license, and if they question it, go, oh, that's just for emergency use. But I never did get pulled over, luckily. But yeah, I worked in Saltillo and Silao. Saltillo was a Chrysler plant, engine plant. You know, we had two 4-cylinder engine block hones and two big 8-cylinder engine block hones. And in Silao, it was General Motors powertrain, also big V8 engine block hones. And there were 16 stations where they would pre-gauge the cylinder bores, hone them, then post-gauge, and then same with the crank bore, pre-gauge, hone, and then post-gauge. And also in Celaya, which I really loved, that was in the middle of Mexico. We flew into Leon, and my boss there, he actually rented a house, and it was a beautiful house. All, you know, done with the Mexican decor.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a store right next door. You could get, you know, beer and food and whatever you needed, you know, coffee for the morning and that. But, yeah, it was good to hear first time caller there. I swear by the Hot Shot Secret products. I've had so much luck with them. I wish I would have heard about them a long time ago. I bet I'd still have my GMC Jimmys if I was using that product. So just like Sylvester said, you know, support these products, keep the show on the air. And I tell you what, anybody wants a testimonial from me, I gave Hot Shots a few on their email, but they are great products and they work and they're actually not very expensive. So, well, okay. That's about all I had. Just wanted to say hello.
All right.
Hey, how about that twice in 1 week?
There you go. Yes. There you go. Thank you much, Dipsy Driver. Have a great night. Yeah, a story real quick. Back to your story about Mexico. He mentioned, like they blew through a stop sign. Yeah, I think I shared the story earlier this week. That was a separate scenario that unfolded where another American from California, I can't remember what his job was, some sort of a law officer, prosecutor, whatever he was, who was vacationing for his first anniversary with his wife there in the Baja, California. That's the guy who had, I guess, taken his wife out for dinner, and they were headed back to their hotel. And got pulled over by the police there, not the cartels, but the actual police, for not stopping at a stop sign. So the officer said, and the officer, he was trying to shake him down for several $100s. Apparently, he only had like $160 in cash in his possession at the time. And actually, apparently told the officer what who he was and his position in California. I don't know, trying to maybe convince him not to mess with him. But So the cop takes the $160, but he told him what hotel he was at. And like 90 minutes after he and his wife got back to the hotel, somehow magically, he fell off the balcony from some flights up. And of course, boom, he's dead. Then they had an independent autopsy on him done. The Mexican government said that he had fallen from the balcony. That's all they said. An independent autopsy they had performed on him, the family, said that his skull was fractured, 40 fractures to the skull, and road rash on his knees and his toes, like he was drugged. And so it's very suspicious. But yeah, pulled over for just running a stop sign, and they'll shake you down any opportunity they get there in Mexico. Hillbilly, what's happening this Friday morning?
Good morning, Steve.
Are we set for the weekend? What's happening?
We got one more day left.
Okay.
I usually work 6 days a week. But he had me laughing real hard when the cartel said they want all the take care of the Americans and all that. They consider their health well-being. I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
they've got the cartels have guidelines that they have to operate. I mean, all I know is for decades, all we've heard is these cartels fight amongst one another, and and tens of thousands of people down there are killed, and they hang them from light poles and bridge overpasses, decapitated, and I mean that doesn't sound like they have much concern for life and innocence.
Right. I was laughing so hard when you read that. I'm like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Mitch McConnell, we were talking about term limits last night. I also think there should be an age limit too. Get up to a certain age and you come out of office, because got senators and congressmen having strokes, and I mean, Mitch McConnell's going to be out for several days in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, 81 years old. Who is it? I think Nikki Haley is one of those that's proposing, we need cognitive tests. Once you reach a certain age, if you're going to be a senator or a representative, I agree with that. Yeah, term limits. Yeah, I think 8-10 years in D.C. is more than an ample amount of time, and go back to your real job.
Right. I agree 100%. It just, I don't know. It just seems like we got so many senators right now that's up there in their SEP. I mean, I don't know how many, but I mean, you know as well as I do.
Yeah.
We don't heal as fast as we do when we were young.
No.
So I mean, I'm all agree for term limits and age limits. I mean, get to a certain age, I mean, you can't serve. But now Fauci, I think he needs to be put in jail. I mean, he just flat out lied to Congress and everybody. So you had a big hand in that lab there in China.
Yep, sure did.
And I mean, I think it was Lindsey Graham saying he was discovered his own arse. So I mean, to me, that's just ain't that what do you call that when you lie to Congress? I mean, that's federal time, ain't it?
Yeah, at his age, though, again, 80 what Fauci is. I mean, he ain't got much time left anyway, so I don't think he's overly concerned. But
I mean, how many millions did he make over from the tax dollars?
Yeah. I mean, and of course, true fact: the highest paid government official in the country. He makes more. He was making more than the president.
That's just asinine to me. I mean, I think it was all tired, and he covered his own tracks, and they're getting uncovered now. But I don't know, Steve. I'll get off here and listen in to you. I might call you back later on.
All right, thank you much for checking in. Hillbilly, have a good Friday. Well, I guess that's an opportunity here since he brought it up. Dr. Robert Redfield testifying before Congress, noting 3 suspicious events at the Wuhan Institute of Virology that strengthen his long-held conviction that COVID came from the lab. a belief that he says got him boxed out of transformative conversations. There's now, of course, the growing recognition that it most likely originated in the Wuhan lab, where dangerous gain-of-function experiments were routinely performed on coronaviruses. Saying so in recent years prompted derision and censorship. This guy, Redfield, is the former director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, reportedly received death threats from his fellow scientist for noting that human error in meddling may have resulted in the spread of the virus that claimed tens of millions of lives worldwide. In his testimony, he said, "I was threatened and ostracized because I proposed other hypotheses. Now, I expected it from politicians. I did not expect it from science." Speaking to the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic this week, he didn't hold back. Bad things happen in threes. Redfield noted there were three things in particular that took place early in the pandemic that bolstered his suspicion that it came from a lab. First, they deleted the sequences. Highly irregular. Researchers don't like to do that, he said. New York Times reported early in the pandemic over 200 data entries from the genetic sequencing of early cases of COVID in Wuhan were erased from an online scientific database. The early suspicion was these sequences were deleted because they revealed that the virus that ultimately ravaged the world may have predated the alleged outbreak at the wet market in December of 2019. Jesse Bloom, a virologist at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center in Seattle, was able to track down 13 of those sequences online and determined that it seems like the sequences were deleted to obscure their existence. Chinese researchers had requested that the National Institute of Health delete the sequences, and the NIH actually complied. Washington Examiner reported on that. Redfield appeared to suggest the deletion of sequences took place as early as September of 2019. Secondly, he said they changed the command and control at the lab from a civilian control to military control. Highly unusual. In 2021, Michael McCall noted during a meeting of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis, new testimony received by my committee reveals the Chinese military potentially took over this lab not in January of 2020, as was reported, but earlier in 2019. The military were actually in the facility at the time of 2017. That signals the Chinese Communist Party was worried about something at the lab before the world even knew what COVID-19 was. Why else would they put the Chinese military in charge? State Department noted in early 21 that the Wuhan Institute had engaged in classified research, including laboratory animal experience, on behalf of the military since at least 2017. China's top biowarfare expert formally took over the BSL-4 lab from a local Communist Party committee president in January 31st of 2020, sparking concerns the virus not only originated in the lab, but was linked to a biowarfare program. Thirdly, he said, which is very telling, they let a contractor redo the ventilation system in the laboratory. So I think clearly there was strong evidence that a significant event that happened in that laboratory in September. But he ruffled some feathers, apparently. In March of 21, he went on to CNN and said, "I'm of the point of view, I still think the most likely etiology of this pathology in Wuhan was from a laboratory escape. Other people don't believe that, but that's fine. Science will eventually figure it out. He told the subcommittee that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Francis Collins both were seeking to push a single narrative as far as the origins. He made it very clear in January of 2020 to all of them why we had to aggressively pursue this. And I let them know as a virologist that I didn't see that this was anything like the SARS or MERS virus, because they never learned how to transmit human to human. I felt this virus was too infectious for humans. There was a lot of evidence that the lab actually published in 2014 that they put the ACE2 receptor into humanized mice so it could affect human tissue. I think, we had to really seriously go after the fact that it came from the lab, and they knew that was how I was thinking, although I thought we had to go after both hypotheses. Now, even though Redfield helmed, he was the top at the CDC at the time. He suggested Fauci elected not to involve him in the controversial conference call with the other top virologist because of his insistence that it came from a lab. Fauci appeared keen to push the zoonotic origins theory, the wet lab, both on the conference call and in the correspondence that followed. And as we heard earlier this week, they've now uncovered, Fauci was the one that got the draft, the literature, the report, and actually edited that before it was released several months later, touting that it was of natural origins. No, it did not come from a lab. It's be interesting to see where this investigation goes with the select committee when all is said and done. All right, we'll get back to the calls here. There's Scarecrow. Happy Friday.
Every Friday's happy, man. Well, Steve, she's being a tow company's dream type of weather program up here in the Badger. I've lost track of the number of four-wheelers that are in the ditch, and three big trucks, and flashing lights up and down the road, all kinds of entertainment. But now it's it's pretty darn mild, so it's a heavy-bodied snow. You get that slush buildup or heavy-bodied snow buildup in a hammer lane, and somebody gets out there and grabs a tire, and that's all it takes.
Yep.
Pretty greasy, but now we're half hour spit it out here, half hour out from Milwaukee here, and we just topped 33 degrees. So any salt in sight is going to work pretty darn quick now. But we haven't
snow coming down at a pretty good clip. I mean, I look over, southern Michigan from Lansing to Holland. It's really the dark blue, the enhanced snow. Some of that over toward Madison. Looks like lighter snow on further north toward Oshkosh to Green Bay.
Yeah, the plow trucks have all been through here. I'm closed in on Oshkosh here, or Oconomowoc rather. But it looked like there was probably about 4 inches, on the ground back there. But the plow trucks are, few and far between for the longest time. I don't know if they were holding off till you got respectable quantities or such, but I think that contributed to the carnage and whatnot, that people just wanted to hammer down and get it done. But so anyway, thinking about Tucker Carlson, we haven't heard anything. At least there wasn't anything on the news last night about that. Thinking about that the Salem witch hunt, or I'm sorry, I meant the congressional Trump search. They mentioned a couple of days back, well, Carlson, he cherry-picked the videos that he wanted to show. And, well, not once has anybody talked about the cherry-picking that took off for those for the hearing.
For the select committee, yes.
Exactly. And even, several on the right, they are not speaking up at all about that. It's got to be they're so afraid of offending the voting contingent that, what's plain black and white, they refuse to acknowledge that. Just, politics as usual, I guess. Just one other venue or vein area where they can hopefully throw Trump under the bus. I mean, they've been trying to do that since about 2015 here, and it'll continue. Oh, thinking about all that snow out in California and all that rain that's potentially going to come on top of a lot of that. They're really dreading the number of roofs that are going to be collapsing.
Yeah.
If that rain hits and such. We were curious talking about Yosemite. It was 1 year ago now that we had our little family reunion out there, and the son said, "Man, can you imagine what it's like up that little cabin that we had?" And my thoughts are too. We're about
those places where they got 10 and 12 feet of snow. Yeah, I mean, literally buried. But hey, hold the thought. News break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Karen Sloan. Dr. Anthony Fauci involved in covering up information about the origins of COVID-19? Preposterous, says the former National Infectious Diseases chief. Congressman Jim Jordan suggested investigators received a $9 million grant to say the virus was not the result of a Chinese lab accident, but Fauci says that money was on the table much earlier.
They put in a grant about a year and a half before this all happened. The grant was reviewed by a peer review and put before an independent council and approved.
Fauci says he'd be more than happy to testify before the House Select Coronavirus Committee if asked. President Biden laid out his budget plan while speaking to union workers in Philadelphia. The White House says the proposal would shrink the deficit by almost $3 trillion over the next decade. It includes a new billionaire tax, an increase on the tax for corporate stock buybacks, and a rise in the Medicare tax for those making more than $400,000 a year. But Biden says ordinary Americans won't pay anything extra.
No one making less than $400,000 we'll see a penny in federal taxes go up. Not a single penny.
Biden challenged House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to put forward a budget from Republicans. The Mexican drug cartel behind the kidnapping and murder of Americans is apologizing. Dave Collins has more.
The Gulf Cartel reportedly left a note saying the gunmen who kidnapped 4 Americans and killed 2 of them said they weren't acting on orders from cartel leadership. The Gulf Cartel also said they turned over the gunmen to Mexican police.
The incident took place just across the border from Brownsville, Texas. Authorities are warning people to stay away from dangerous areas. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Wall Street dropped ahead of Friday's release of a key jobs number. The payroll report will give investors a better feel on what the Federal Reserve will do in terms of interest rate increases. At Thursday's closing bell, the Dow was down 543 points. The S&P and NASDAQ were also lower. The 30-year mortgage rate is hitting its highest mark since November. Freddie Mac says the rate is at 6.73%. It's the 5th straight week that figure has gone up. The Senate has passed a Republican-backed measure that would block controversial criminal law changes in Washington, D.C.
Wednesday's vote of 81-14 in the Senate now sends the bill to the desk of President Biden, who has said he will sign it into law. The revisions put forward by the D.C. Council over the mayor's objections reduce the maximum penalties for crimes like carjackings and robberies. Biden has faced criticism from members of his own party who are pushing for D.C. statehood and the city's freedom to govern itself without federal intervention. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Actor Robert Blake is dead at the age of 89. Blake won an Emmy for playing an undercover detective in the 70s television series Baretta. He gained notoriety when he was charged with the murder of his second wife, but a jury cleared him in 2005. Chaim Topol has died at 87. The Israeli actor was known around the world for his role as Tevye in Fiddler on the Roof. USA News, I'm Karen Sloan.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday. Getting set for the weekend. Yeah, I guess we're going to see it as we're now following train derailments. Never did before, but every time something happens with the train now, all of a sudden it's a headline. Another Norfolk Southern derailment Thursday morning. This time it was Calhoun County, Alabama. Calhoun County Emergency Management said in a news release, no reports of hazardous materials leaking after around 30 train cars derailed. Additionally, no injuries reported. Norfolk Southern has responded and is working closely with us, according to an agency spokesman. Norfolk Southern has their cleanup crew on site. No estimation of how long it'll take, but of course, last weekend they had their second derailment in the state of Ohio. Dozens of cars off the tracks as the fallout continues from the toxic derailment in East Palestine. Saturday's derailment, no hazmat materials or no passengers were being carried on that train. That was up near Springfield, Ohio. Let's see. Norfolk Southern initially reported 20 cars had derailed in that incident. They updated that to actually be 28 cars that had derailed last weekend. But, as they said, these things happen several times a day. Oftentimes it may not be 20, 30 cars, but for any reason, it's every time you get a derailment. Hey, a headline, big story. All right, where we leave off there, Scarecrow, welcome back.
Well, yeah, as far as that Norfolk Southern, I mean, you'd think they were the only railroad operating in the country. I mean, they are being scrutinized with a magnifying glass by anybody and everybody,
Yep.
So, yeah, it's every day we're hearing about their issues, much less, like you say, all across the country. But yeah, getting back out to California, I was curious, what kind of snow quantities, they've had in Yosemite, this year to this point. And they had actually closed last week, and they anticipated to be open again either this past Tuesday or yesterday, Thursday. But no, the article I brought up, no, they're closed indefinitely now that those in charge, anybody you talk to out there, nobody has ever seen this kind of snow, that they're having to deal with. And I started wondering about, who deals with the, snow out there and such. Now that place we stayed at, it a cluster of maybe 15, 20 properties. A lot of them are rentals and and such. But so I'm wondering if there's maybe like a homeowners association or such that that hires or contracts snow removal. Unlike around our area, you have the county and then your townships and such. Local municipalities. But no, that we had about 4 to 6 inches of snow that during our stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Not enough to cause any big problems, but the only saw it was a pickup with a snowplow on. He probably lapped around the block, 8, 10 times, and right in this tight area. So my thoughts, when we see these houses that are snowbound for days and going on weeks now, they may just not have the equipment to deal with the snow like we're accustomed to. My thoughts too are on our listener from Colorado Springs there to maybe answer this. We rented when Stewie graduated from the academy, we rented a cabin up in the just west of town. And there too, a lot of these back roads and whatnot, they wonder if there's a municipality in charge or, like, say, the homeowners type association. But no, those quantities of snow, Steve, it's just, we can sit back and look at it in amazement, but there's no way to possibly imagine how one would deal with that when you've got snow up to your shoulders, and then you're where the heck do you throw the snow that you're trying to shovel? You got pictures of four-wheelers and whatnot parked on the streets. Well, just fiberglass, prods, sticking up out of the snow, marking where the vehicles are in such way. But no, it's a little bit of inconvenience winter that we get around here. We got no problems with that. Beyond that, it seemed like it was a little short on callers at the moment here. I guess that's the only thing I really had to throw at you at the moment here. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much. There ain't no way you can take a snow plow and push 12 feet of snow. You got to bring in like heavy equipment, bulldozers. I mean, that's the thing. How do you clear roadways when you've got that quantity of snow piled up? All right, 844-844-3388. Is that the Beaver Squeezer? Hello, Beaver Squeezer. I presume that means he dozed off, maybe. Now, let's see if Eagle has dozed off. Morning, Eagle. Happy Friday.
Yeah, I'm awake tonight. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. A couple of things I wanted to talk about tonight. I'm back out on the road again after leaving Texas yesterday. Yeah, these down in Texas right now, Steve, they got these Border Patrol people and immigration people. They everywhere. They pulling over trucks left and right coming out of Texas. State troopers looking for drugs and illegal people in the back of trucks.
Yeah.
I don't know how many trucks I seen pulled over yesterday when I was leaving out of Texas. It's pretty wild right now. I never seen state troopers out of control like this in a long time since I've seen state troopers out here in Texas like this. Look like they mainly focusing on trucks. Don't seem like I don't think I've seen no four-wheelers pulled over. It's mainly trucks that I've seen. And the thing I don't like about it, Steve, is they inconvenience you. It costs you a lot of time. I got pulled over about 2 months ago coming out of Laredo, Texas. These guys, they'll just sit on the shoulder of the road. You don't even have to do nothing wrong. They got a guy, he'll just sit on the shoulder and he'll wait for a truck to drive by. They got a rest area. They got a rest area like about 2 miles away from where this police vehicle is sitting at, and he'll wait for a truck to drive by, and you don't have to do nothing wrong. And he'll follow you up the road until you get to the rest area, and then he'll turn the lights on and force you into the rest area to do a DOT inspection. And the thing I don't like about it is that they make you break the seal on your trailer. You're forced to break the seal, and that costs you a lot of time and paperwork, because then you have to get your company notified. You got to wait for them to, your safety department and everybody else to, you can't just cut a seal off a trailer. That's, some customers won't take the load if the seal is not there when you get to your final destination. But these DOT guys, they don't care. So they cost me about 2 hours that time, about a month or so ago, because I had to wait for my company to give the approval to cut this seal off. And because they're looking for drugs and looking for illegal aliens and all this other garbage. Like I say, a word of warning for people coming out of Laredo: you could be randomly stopped, and you don't have to do nothing wrong, and they will force you to break the seal off of your trailer, and ain't nothing you can do about it. And like I say, it could cost you a lot of time. But like I say, Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott is doing all he can, Steve. The governor of Texas, he's doing all he can. So I ain't going to say that bad about the guy, because he's the only line of defense that we have right now. The current administration is not doing a damn thing about what's going on at the southern border. So if it wasn't for Greg Abbott, you think it's bad right now, you ain't seen nothing. But you know something, Steve? I read something on my phone again tonight about you know talked about it several times about this new drug that still took over Philadelphia. Now I understand it's in New York City. New York ain't that far from Philadelphia. That's that Trank. It's a mixture of fentanyl and some other drug, and it basically turns people into zombies.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous drug. You show the video, and there's a certain area over there in Philadelphia. It's one of the filthiest. Like I say, I call it Philadelphia because that's what it is. Philadelphia, besides Baltimore and Washington D.C. and a couple of other places in New York on 95, it's probably one of the filthiest. Besides L.A., I can't leave off L.A. One of the trashiest, filthiest cities that you'll go to. And it's just good trash and garbage all over the ground, and people sleeping on the ground, and people walking around like zombies. This, like I said, Steve, and this is why I get so pissed off with Joe Biden's current administration. If you don't want to stop the illegals, if you don't want to stop the trafficking of people coming into the USA, okay, do your thing. But when you allow this fentanyl to continue to come into this country and ruin people's lives, I got a real big problem with that. The Joe Biden administration to allow these drugs to continue to flow into the United States and not do a damn thing about it. They're ruining so many lives of families and young adults around America and turning these people into zombies that get a hold of this new drug that these people are bringing into the country. Like I told you a couple of nights ago, Joe Biden is a disgrace, Steve. I hate to even, it's almost hard for me to even mention his name. I'm not going, from now on, for the next 2 years, as long as I'm calling you, you will never hear me say Joe Biden, President of the United States. That word is not going to be associated with him when it comes to me anymore. I'm fed up. I've had enough of the guy. Like I told you so many times, these 2 years can't go by fast enough to get him out. And but you know something, Steve, something that I noticed a couple of days ago with Donald Trump. I still don't know if Donald Trump is the number one man going into 2024. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if this man from Florida is going to make a move or what. But as of right now, Donald Trump looks like he might be the leading candidate. And he looks like he has toned back his rhetoric, and he's not as abrasive as he used to be a couple of years ago. I think some of his people told him, you can get your point across without being abrasive and, you're offending people. I think Donald Trump realized that he's going to have to do that if he wants to get back into the White House. But a lot of American people, Steve, they ready for a change. They're ready to see a new face in the White House with the economy being the way it is and everything is sky high. You know something, Steve? I made a joke with another truck driver the other day. I don't know if you've been into a McDonald's or a Wendy's lately, but the prices there are just totally outrageous. I remember, Steve, when I was a kid, Wendy's restaurant, I know that comes from up in Columbus, Ohio, where you're at. When I was a kid, my mom used to take me and my sister to Wendy's and get us a hamburger, and you would spend less than $2 or $3 or $4 for a hamburger and fries. Do you realize how much a hamburger and fries cost now at a Wendy's? And some of these truck stops, you might spend $14 to $15 just for a hamburger and fries. What would you say?
I know that a number one combo, that's your single with and a medium fry and a medium. It's over $10. It's like $10.69 or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just totally ridiculous. The prices of food nowadays, and it's just so skyrocketed with Joe Biden and his administration. I made a joke with the guy. It seemed like it's funny, but it's not. I never thought I would see the day when I couldn't afford to eat at a McDonald's or a Wendy's. It used to be that people used to make jokes about how cheap the food was in McDonald's and Wendy's. Well, they're not joking no more because you're gonna spend at least $15 to $20 if you go to a Wendy's restaurant now, or Burger King, or wherever you go. The prices are sky high, and your money definitely doesn't go as far as it used to, Steve.
Oh yeah,
and it's really a damn shame. What's going on in America. We got to have a change because they talking about all the American people that can't afford food on their table and can't afford the to buy the basic foods in the grocery store. It used to be, Steve, I told you a story a couple of years ago. I used to have a Honda Civic. It had a 20-gallon tank on that car. Back in around 99, 98, I used to be able to go to the gas station with a $20 bill and put $20 in that car, and it'd be full to the tank. The needle would be all the way on full after I put that. Now you go to that same car, you put $20 in that same vehicle, and you won't even have a half a tank of gas.
You got just over a quarter of a tank. You're right. I think I've shared before. When I was a kid, 10, 12 years, somewhere in that range, I could get a dollar. Grandpa always kept the change dish and take what you need. So if you need to go get a pop while you're playing tennis I'd get 4 quarters out of the change because he didn't want us to steal. Didn't want, don't be stealing. There's always change there. Take what you need, right? I could take 4 quarters out of Grandpa's dish, ride my bike up to McDonald's, and I could get me a hamburger, French fries, and a vanilla shake for $1. Had a couple of pennies left, change, right? $1, and I did that many occasions. Now, of course, you're not talking a quarter pounder, Wendy's single, much bigger than but $1 got you a cheeseburger, a hamburger, fries, and a milkshake, no less. And I don't feel like I'm that old, for crying out loud. Am I aging or dating myself? Hey, right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yes. Oh, hell, I never noticed the prices going up that high. I must be living in back times of better times. So anyways, I'm here to tell everybody I know horse feathers driving up and down 95, passing gas up there. Well, after the meal I had, I'm passing gas going west myself. Boy, had some beans and some ground meat that was really seasoned well with some rice. Oh, I tell you what, it's a good thing I got a relief valve, otherwise I'd just blow up. Yes, I'm gonna volunteer my services to inbred redneck. I'd like to be the head of the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Make sure everybody has an enjoyable time, because there's 3 words I have to say about that department: alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. I like it. I like my cigars, I like my guns, and I like to drink. So I think I'm well qualified for that position. So anyway, what's this tranquilizer they got out there now? Make you zombies?
Yes.
Oh Lord, you ever think maybe that those gamers were actually talking, seeing in the future where we're actually going to have a zombie elimination squads? Oh my goodness. Oh, who would have ever thought life would imitate art? Used to be it's the other way around, but my goodness, this place has gone crazier. Oh, so what do they do with all the zombies once they get them off the streets, or they just leave them on there because the American Civil Liberties Union says it's their right to be idiots and homeless and zombies? I mean, do they got a place to put these people, or?
No, they live on the street. They day and night they live on the street.
Well, do they ever get out of the zombie trance?
Well, when they wake up out of their zombie trance, they get their needle out and do it again.
Oh. Where do they get the kind of money for that stuff? They must do a lot of stealing out there. I tell you, it just blows my mind that people would actually want to do that to themselves.
You know, they had a picture of a woman that was a meth addict. In her first arrest, she was still a good-looking honey.
Mm-hmm.
But you could tell with each consequential
arrest,
big word for a truck driver. Yeah, she got more hideous, more ugly. By the time she was down there, like 8th time of being arrested, man, I tell you what, she looked like a damn troll.
Death warmed over. The hair is all falling out. No teeth left in her mouth. Yep, eyes like bug eyes. It's sad, but it is the grim reality, for real. All right, hey, right-wing nut. Have a great weekend. Safe travels. And all right, got a news update just around the corner here. The irony, we were talking with Philip last night about how space is becoming kind of crowded out there. He asked the question, how many satellites are actually orbiting this planet now? And I pulled up the number, and he's like 8,000. I mean, there's a lot of space debris. A lot of it is actually space junk because, thousands of them are not even active satellites. They're just kind of floating around. One of these days, they'll come back. This past day, the International Space Station actually had to maneuver out of the way of an Earth imaging satellite. Guess it was actually earlier this week, 7:42 a.m. Thrusters of the Progress 83 resupply vessel, which is docked with the ISS, had to fire for a little more than 6 minutes to raise the station's orbit to prevent a potential collision with the satellite. Satellite in question appears to have been an Argentinian Earth observation satellite that was launched in 2020. According to the Johnson Space Center, the astronomer and astrophysicist at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center says, they narrowed the possible candidates down to the Nusat 17, noting the constellation's orbital decay. That's one of 10 commercial observation satellites that launched in 2020. But just the irony. Things are getting kind of crowded out there, and we're launching more every day. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is a USA News update. Dr. Anthony Fauci is using words like bizarre and preposterous in response to claims during a hearing that he was part of a cover-up involving the origin of COVID. Fauci says he's willing to testify before the House Select Coronavirus Committee. President Biden has laid out his budget proposal in a speech to union workers in Philadelphia. The plan calls for higher taxes, but Biden says it won't hit those earning less than $400,000 a year. The president has sent a get well message to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who's been hospitalized after a fall. Biden tweeted he hopes to see the Kentucky Republican back on the Senate floor soon. Actor Robert Blake is dead at the age of 89. Blake was best known for his Emmy Award-winning portrayal of undercover detective Tony Beretta. I'm Karen Sloan, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. So we left off talking about the ISS having to maneuver to avoid colliding with the satellite this past day. Meanwhile, back in June of last year, recall we talked about a Chinese satellite launch. And the first stage, or the second stage, I believe it was, from this launch. It's just it's out there, it's drifting. It's going to come back one of these days. We don't know how long. Well, it came back yesterday. Second stage of the rocket came back over Texas. Yeah, the second stage of the Chinese rocket that delivered a trio of military surveillance satellites back in June disintegrated over Texas. It was actually Wednesday. The 4-ton component of the Changzhen 2D Long March rocket punched through the atmosphere Wednesday over Texas at 17,000 miles per hour and disintegrated, according to defense officials, confirming to USNI News. Military officials have yet to find any debris from the rocket stage. However, we understand the debris field could be miles wide and several hundred miles long, they say. According to NORAD satellite tracking data, the stage was a piece of space junk in low Earth orbit before it made its unscheduled descent. Space Command can confirm the People's Republic of China CZ-2D rocket body re-entered the Earth's atmosphere over the southern region of North America at approximately 8:30 p.m. Mountain Time, according to the statement from Spacecom. And this was an uncontrolled reentry, meaning it was not steered, but whether its orbit decayed and lowered naturally. This type of behavior reinforces the need for better international norms regarding high-risk, uncontrolled reentries based on the NORAD tracking data. The stage belonged to a mission that delivered, again, 3 military satellite signal surveillance satellites that were believed to be targeted over the South China Sea. The rocket section entered the atmosphere over West Texas near Marathon before headed on a northeast track between Abilene and Austin, Texas. The debris field is over the least populated counties in the state. Thank goodness, I guess. Of course, Chinese officials have not acknowledged the unplanned reentry. U.S. officials are still determining if any debris has actually hit the ground. Yes, China's been criticized for space debris entering the atmosphere unpredictably. I mean, if it came down over a populated city, who knows? What's going on, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Yes, sir. What goes up must come down.
So did your roof patch job get a testing this past evening with some of the rain? Is it holding up?
It's holding up, thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Right. I guess my construction days prior to what I'm doing now paid off, right?
Yeah.
Swinging a hammer for a living, building houses. But Steve, last time I checked, the government is not allowed to interfere with our First Amendment rights, right? They're not allowed to tell the Cincinnati Post or the Cincinnati Enquirer what they can and can't say. Well, Steve, did you see old Chucky Schumer's little presser that he gave out the other day?
Lambasting Tucker Carlson, trying to forbid him from allowing him to play any more of the video.
Steve, we got a high-ranking member of the United States government calling for the censorship of Tucker and a show. It's when Scarecrow brought it up a little while ago about he hasn't heard anything more from Tucker. Steve, there's an internal war going on at Fox. Tucker gave in for now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of his show the other night, if you go to the very end, he made a comment that this ain't the end. He was going to put out thing. It's taken him a while to go through all this footage.
Sure.
Right. So he was going to put this out clip by clip, each night, couple nights, couple times a week, as his staff is putting this stuff together and going through all this. And Chucky Schumer coming out calling for him to be censorship. I guess took effect, Steve, and Fox listened. So word has it that Tucker's going to get his way, or Tucker's going to leave Fox. So we'll see what happens. But one way or another, they're not going to keep this away from the American people.
I shared Tucker's, I believe the full episode of his Tuesday night show, because he was kind of talking about, and he mentioned, what's his name, Chuck coming after him and threatening him and all that toward the end of the program. I don't think he released any new video that night. I don't believe.
Well, no, he was going to.
Right.
And as a result of everything going on, he did not. And from what I understand, that first little clip ain't nothing. compared to what what's
else
all
there
in
is?
Yes, sir. It's kind of like the Twitter leaks, right?
The Twitter
How they
files.
kept coming
Drip,
out.
drip, drip,
Twitter
drip.
files. Yep. You heard this, Steve? 9 more boxes of classified materials were found in the possession of Mike Carpenter.
Now, what I saw was 9 boxes, and they're, quote, going through them. They haven't said yet whether there's classified documents in there. That, at least what I had seen. But, yeah, 9 boxes. The irony was that these apparently were stored at the Biden Penn Center, and those 9 boxes were shipped from there to this, I guess, the attorney's office. Yeah, one day after they found the, quote, classified documents there. So you can't help but wonder, because we know that the initial plan was to never, ever, ever let that get out to the media that the classified documents were found. But now, if the day after they found those and that attorney shipped 9 boxes to his office, you got to wonder what's in there. What was he trying to cover up?
Who's Mike Carpenter, Steve? Ringing any bell?
Isn't that one of like Biden's attorneys, or I don't know?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me refresh your memory. I think I brought this up once before. Remember the old Biden clip where the prosecutor was investigating the corruptness in Ukraine?
Mm-hmm.
And a prosecutor in Ukraine, we're going to make this real simple, Steve. I know we talked about this so many times. A prosecutor was investigating Hunter Biden's business, Burisma, that hired Hunter Biden. And they were investigating for being corrupt, that company. Joe Biden caught on tape wanting that prosecutor fired.
Fire him, or you're not gonna get the money. And damn, 90 minutes later, they fired him. He came right out and said it.
I'm leaving in 6 hours. I looked at my watch and told him, "You got 6 hours. If he's not fired, you're not getting the $1 billion."
Bingo.
And son of a bee.
Yep.
So who was sitting to the right of Biden?
Was that the guy? Was that Carpenter? Okay.
Mr. Mike Carpenter. And the extended version of that tape, Bongino played it. He leans over and he's talking about, all the goings on in Ukraine. And he leans over and he says, this is Mike's territory. He's well familiar with what's going on over here. So that's who Mike Carpenter is. And he was running the Penn thing too. Ain't that just a coincidence? Coinky dink. But the left's melting down, Steve. They are, I don't know how to put this into words. Everything that they are getting caught in their lies, right? They turn around and say, when the truth comes out, that the truth is a lie, right? It started this whole disinformation thing. That's how they try to censor everybody, and that's why they come up with this disinformation. We can't allow the truth to come out, so we're going to say that that's not factual. These fact checkers. All part of to hide these cover-ups. And Fauci, dude, man, Steve, when you were talking about the
former CDC director, they shut him out. They excluded him from conversations about what the narrative was going to be. I mean, we're talking the director of the CDC.
You left one thing out, Steve, in your little opening there on that. September of 2019, several people working at that lab
got sick,
came down with coronavirus illness symptoms. And they squashed all the evidence. Like you said, the sequences in the databases, they erased it. The military comes in, takes over. Then they bring a company in to wash the place down and redo the HVAC system in there. Steve, everybody has to realize that the circulation in the air vent system in this building is probably some of the highest tech filtration system on the planet.
Because it's a level 4 lab, right? I mean,
Yes, sir.
top of the line.
They can't, anything gets out has to be filtered and all this kind of stuff. And the special rooms, the level A suits, you got a Tyvek suit you got to put on to even go in there. You can't, you don't even want to breathe the air in case some of this stuff gets out, So they did all that, which common sense kind of tells you, oh man. And, and they're just covering it up. And Fauci got emails, and Steve, I think I brought it up about a year ago. It's been so long, I can't remember now who he got the email from. But he got an email from somebody high up in the CDC or the NIH, somebody that pretty much they were emailing back and forth. Yeah, man, we got a problem. This is a lab leak. There's no evidence at all that shows this came from a bat or whatever this thing was. They still never found the species that they are saying started this thing, right?
Correct. And that's because there isn't one. There's not one.
There isn't. Yeah, there isn't one. But there was emails going back between them two. And Fauci went out and gave a press conference the next day claiming that this was a natural, thing that was from a bat. What's the other daggone animal they're talking about? That it came from this, what do you call them, daggone places where they sell the food in China?
The wet market. The wet market.
Yeah, the wet markets. Flat out saying that there's no way this was a leak. This was all natural. Flat out lied. And after that press conference, he got an email from that same person thanking him, right, for saying what he said. Hey, thanks for taking the heat off of us, man. I wish, my memory was a little bit better and I could remember who that person was and the exact emails. I'm paraphrasing here, but that's the gist of it. Steve, they are covering up our part in financing, right, this gain of function research.
Correct.
Which is a result of millions of people around this earth dying and hundreds of thousands, I think, of Americans, Guess there's no evidence to suggest that this was a deliberate attack at this point. And that former CDC director even said that the DOJ had their hands in this. Or the DOD, Department of Defense.
Mm-hmm.
Our taxpayers' money was going to fund this stuff. So they got to hide it. They got to cover it all up. Sooner or later, this is going to come out. They know it, Steve, and they are melting down. Did you see? I thought I saw something where they were talking about the coronavirus. They called somebody a racist because he was saying something about the coronavirus. Oh, you're a racist.
Wow.
That's all they got. When you hear them say that word, Steve, that's all they got. That's their number one go-to in the playbook, in the communist socialist playbook. You're a racist. So, all right, my man, that's all I got. But hey, stay tuned to Tucker's show. See this little internal battle going on. But I heard that Tucker might be willing to walk away from Fox.
So he's having to go, I guess, to leadership, bosses or whatever, with what he's going to present on any given night. And they're trying to tell him that he can't air that, or?
Yeah, well, yes and no, Steve. Now, my understanding, and Bongino's talked about this. He's got his Saturday night show, right?
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock. Fox has never told him what he can and can't say.
Okay.
Same way with Tucker. Right? They've never tell him what he can and can't say. And Bongino swears to that they have never said, hey, you can't talk about this, or they give him free rein. And he said that's one thing about Fox, you know, that they give them the leeway to do that. So what makes this the big story here is that this time, the higher-ups at Fox, I can't remember the guy's name, the big owner there.
Murdoch?
Stepped in and said, Murdoch, yes, sir. Stepped in and said, no, you're not gonna air that tonight.
Mm.
And Tucker complied. But like I said, there's an internal war. And Fox needs Tucker more than Tucker needs Fox. His ratings are through the roof.
Absolutely.
You know, so I think Tucker will win this little battle here, or win the war. He might have lost the battle yesterday, but he's going to win the war. Or, like I said, rumor has it he's going to walk. I don't think Fox wants him to walk, so they'll probably capitulate and let him do his thing. So keep an eye on that. That's all I'm saying.
Will do. All right.
All right, sir. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you for checking in. There you go. All right. Well, speaking of the January 6 tapes, right? Which, if Pappy's correct, and what we witnessed on Monday night's Tucker program is just kind of the tip of the iceberg. Constitutional law expert Alan Dershowitz denouncing the government and Democrats attempting to censor and hide from the public relevant information because it doesn't support their narrative. And I quote, the idea of the government keeping secret all these videotapes of January 6th is so unconstitutional. He said, I represent one of the young men, a law student, who was arrested for being in the Capitol. And we found on these tapes evidence of his innocence, which the government is trying to suppress. So thank you, Congressman. Thank you, anybody who releases this material. And he's talking about Kevin McCarthy, who's come under criticism for releasing the full footage. The American public has the right to see it all and make their own judgment, Dershowitz says. I'm not a supporter of what happened on January 6th. I'm not a supporter of the president's speech, a.k.a. Trump. I am a full supporter of transparency about everything. Now, he also denounced Democrats on the House Weaponization Subcommittee who called the Twitter Files authors so-called journalists and tried to get them to reveal their sources for the Twitter Files. I don't want to be associated with any of those folks, Dershowitz says, who is a self-proclaimed liberal Democrat. They did say, I vote Democrat most of the time, not all the time, but I am more anti-woke anti-radical Democrat than I am anti-conservative Republican. Much closer to moderate conservatives on the Republican side than I am to those folks who don't believe in free speech, though, don't believe in transparency, or the free speech for me but not for thee. Yes, Americans deserve full transparency of the January 6 tapes and the Twitter Files expose. But censorship is rampant today. Yeah, full disclosure and full transparency is the only answer to this combination of private censorship, governmental censorship. Yeah, the victims of this are the American people, who have a right to all the evidence and make our own decisions about what happened. But yeah, and Schumer, I mean, right there, Tucker actually played the tidbit of Schumer, saying we've got to shut him down. We have to cancel Tucker Carlson. All right, news break coming up here. We'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you here on a Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388. When's the last time you bought an LP, an album, or even a CD for that matter? Might be surprised which is outselling the other in this day and age. We've come full circle. More on that coming up on the Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Karen Sloan. Dr. Anthony Fauci involved in covering up information about the origins of COVID-19? Preposterous, says the former National Infectious Diseases chief. Congressman Jim Jordan suggested investigators received a $9 million grant to say the virus was not the result of a Chinese lab accident, but Fauci says that money was on the table much earlier.
They put in a grant about a year and a half before this all happened. The grant was reviewed by a peer review and put before an independent council and approved.
Fauci says he'd be more than happy to testify before the House Select Coronavirus Committee if asked. President Biden laid out his budget plan while speaking to union workers in Philadelphia. The White House says the proposal would shrink the deficit by almost $3 trillion over the next decade. It includes a new billionaire tax, an increase on the tax for corporate stock buybacks, and a rise in the Medicare tax for those making more than $400,000 a year. But Biden says ordinary Americans won't pay anything extra.
No one making less than $400,000 will see a penny in federal taxes go up, not a single penny.
Biden challenged House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to put forward a budget from Republicans. The Mexican drug cartel behind the kidnapping and murder of Americans is apologizing. Dave Cullins has more.
The Gulf Cartel reportedly left a note saying the gunman who kidnapped 4 Americans and killed 2 of them said they weren't acting on orders from cartel leadership. The Gulf Cartel also said they turned over the gunman to Mexican police.
The incident took place just across the border from Brownsville, Texas. Authorities are warning people to stay away from dangerous areas. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Wall Street dropped ahead of Friday's release of a key jobs number. The payroll report will give investors a better feel on what the Federal Reserve will do in terms of interest rate increases. At Thursday's closing bell, the Dow was down 543 points. The S&P and NASDAQ were also lower. The 30-year mortgage rate is hitting its highest mark since November. Freddie Mac says the rate is at 6.73%. It's the 5th straight week that figure has gone up. The Senate has passed a Republican-backed measure that would block controversial criminal law changes in Washington, D.C.
Wednesday's vote of 81-14 in the Senate now sends the bill to the desk of President Biden, who has said he will sign it into law. The revisions put forward by the D.C. Council over the mayor's objections reduce the maximum penalties for crimes like carjackings and robberies. Biden has faced criticism from members of his own party who are pushing for D.C. statehood and the city's freedom to govern itself without federal intervention. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Actor Robert Blake is dead at the age of 89. Blake won an Emmy for playing an undercover detective in the 70s television series Baretta. He gained notoriety when he was charged with the murder of his second wife, but a jury cleared him in 2005. Chaim Topol has died at 87. The Israeli actor was known around the world for his role as Tevye in Fiddler on the Roof. USA News, I'm Karen Sloan.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Then looky there. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So, welcome into a Friday. Okay, camera back on. Illinois State Police reminding drivers to obey what's known as Scott's Law. It's the move over law. Trooper's cruiser seriously damaged when it was hit by a truck Wednesday, about 2 o'clock in the morning, westbound I-74 in Champaign County, as all traffic was being diverted off the interstate for construction. Illinois State Trooper was stationary inside a cruiser parked behind several construction barricades, lights activated. A brown 2023 Mack truck hauling 3 truck tractor units. Brand new trucks, right? Traveling westbound, failed to follow the designated traffic diversion, drove through the barricades, struck the exit 197 sign, and then struck the rear and driver's side of the squad car. Trooper was hospitalized, non-life-threatening injuries, though. Driver of the Mack truck, 46-year-old Thomas Mbongo of Urbana, Illinois, cited for failure to yield to stationary emergency vehicles, a.k.a. Scott's Law, the move-over law, failure to reduce speed to avoid an accident. So far this year, and we're only 10 days into March, Illinois State Police have had 8 move-over law-related crashes. Last year, Illinois alone had 23 move-over law-related crashes where 8 troopers sustained injuries. We cannot be clear enough. Remind the public the requirements of the Move Over Law, or Scott's Law, when approaching an emergency vehicle or any vehicle. With their emergency or hazard lights activated, drivers are required to slow down and move over. All right, see what's going on with CB, I believe it is. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question. You was talking about that McDonald's and Wendy's. I still have the receipt sitting on and reminding my granddaughters on my refrigerator. Where her and her friend, I took her to McDonald's, and that's when they had those grown-up Happy Meals, I guess you call them, or whatever they was called.
Yeah.
And $21.67. I even questioned when the lady told me the price at the drive-thru. I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, there's something wrong. Of course, they wanted me to not embarrass them. My grandkid did. And I said, listen, this is going to hang forever. We ain't having this no more. Hey, McDonald's don't happen anymore. But the other thing I have is I want to give a big cookie to Pappy today there. My thought is okay, Tucker Carlson shows this and Schumer doesn't want it. Why wouldn't they want him to show it, and then maybe they can defend what they want? Is there something in there that they don't want him to see? Because I don't understand why you would not let him show the video, and then you guys could go ahead and defend yourself, because it sounds to me like there's something in there they don't want him to see.
Well, you had one of the pieces that was aired on Tucker Monday night. One of them included the Democrat made the accusations that the one officer was murdered, hit in the head with the fire extinguisher. You remember hearing about that? The video shows that officer was walking around in the Capitol after the attack, and he was cleaning. He had his helmet on. He was very much alive at that point in time. He did suffer, I believe it was a heart attack, like later in the day. And they also have the narrative that the Democrats say, hey, 6 police officers were killed that day. Now, first of all, no, the one that had the heart attack, the others died of suicide in the days after that. They weren't killed that day. Another piece that he aired was the guy, I forget what his name was, the QAnon shaman or something that was, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. It shows the Capitol Police and actually just kind of escorting him through the Capitol and actually trying to open doors for him. I mean, they accused him of being the leader of the insurrection. By no means. He was all by himself with Capitol Police.
Yeah. Well, that's what I get at is why would they not let them show it and then say they want to defend themselves? I mean, why is I truly, this whole thing was a hoax from the beginning. I truly believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And then even with this deal with Fauci, and I said it time and time again, he's no different than Hitler, in my opinion. What Hitler done, because I think the guy is a mass murderer. Now, that's my opinion.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. But that's all I had. I just wanted to chime in on that there. But thank you very much.
All right, CB, appreciate you checking in. Fauci, I mean, he wasn't the actual, I don't know, what would you call it? He was supporting gain-of-function research. He allocated millions of dollars through his channels to fund said research. He's not the one that screwed up in the lab, and who knows what happened. Dropped a test tube or what, unleashed this thing. But he definitely tried to cover it up and make it look like it never happened or never originated there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Well, happy birthday.
Oh, yeah, 66. He's that cool. Pappy stole my thunder, but he's better at speech than I am. So, yeah, after each show, after the first video dump, he said, more video to come tomorrow night. Well, I was, digging through everything I could find.
Couldn't find anything
finally
new.
Found it. Nothing new. But the new was Chuck Schumer attacking him and threatening Fox, and that was the new. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, think about that. You've got the federal government, you've got these powerful people, and you've got the rhinos, and they're attacking him. So I'm wondering, I was sort of wondering if we was going to see anything. But after the Schumer thing, he did say more video to come about the 6th. And, last night I made mention, or yesterday morning, was looking for it. Well, it wasn't there. And he's pretty much hard to find. Matter of fact, it like Pappy said, there must be some serious infighting going on there. But I love it. I mean, you got to look. I mean, I still see Ashley Babbitt being murdered by Lieutenant Bryan, shooting his gun. This guy has had a terrible record. One of the things, he left his weapon laying in the men's room and walked out. So it had been laid there for a good bit. He had all kinds of write-ups on him. But he shoots this woman, and I still see that armored up Capitol Police officer bend down and check on him. And when he raised his weapon up and pointed it to the door to his fellow Capitol Police officer. This officer is standing out there, the officer's hiding behind the door where it's under no threat. I mean, you had an officer standing right there, and he was not under any threat. So, I didn't get to see it, didn't watch it, so I want to know if anybody knows it happened. But Sean Hannity I don't know what he is anymore. I'm losing faith in that boy because he had the Capitol Police on there, and he's going, the head of the Capitol Police said, it was an insurrection. It was right about this when you should have said, Sean should have pressed the man. Said, why did Lieutenant Bryan get away with murdering Ashley Babbitt, and explained that he or nobody was under the threat by that woman. She was unarmed, a petite little woman wrapped in the American flag, standing in her own house. We, the people, allow them people to work there. We allow them to operate our government from that building. Now, where were you, Sean Hannity? So thank goodness for Tucker Carlson. I'm sitting back. We're sitting back and watching our vote work. Our vote is not a waste. We're not fools thinking that our votes are going to work for us. So we'll leave that. Now, y'all were talking about the past, and doing that, I'm thinking because cars, early 70s, I bought my 57 Chevy for $100. I seen a guy sell a 57 Chevy convertible for $450. I was working. I worked summers at the Holiday Inn doing the dishes at the restaurant, and a guy comes pulling in a 55 Thunderbird. This thing's been reconditioned from the ground up, and I was helping the waitress break some stuff out, and I said, "Sir, that's a beautiful car," and he said, "Son, if you want it, it's for sale." And I said, "How much?" He said, $1,500. So, but when you do the math you start looking around at how much those cars were at the brand new car lot, you're still only talking $8,000, for a Ford Granada. $1.50 get you breakfast at McDonald's. Things were a lot cheaper, but the thing is, our money was worth a whole lot more back then, I think. But what our kids have to go to raise children now, and the prices of everything, it's just. I'm glad I don't have to have that responsibility, but I'm glad I'm here to help out with it. Let's put it that way. But what a great show tonight. Appreciate it. Hey, we're going to wait for our notification come Monday morning.
Monday morning.
At
Well,
Yeah,
enjoy
you have it.
enjoy your birthday. I go out and have a birthday dinner, right? Let me see here. When I was just talking to CB about it, I got an email, and Pappy kind of points out exactly what we were talking about. First of all, prosecutors have an obligation and must give the defense any and all exculpatory evidence, which all this video is and was, that was never given to any of those lawyers trying to defend their clients. Yes, some who are in prison now. I mean, yeah, the guy with the big horn hat, that's the one, the QAnon shaman. Yeah, the video evidence clearly presented on Monday night's program, he was not leading any sort of an armed insurrection in any form or fashion, being escorted through the Capitol by the Capitol Police all by himself. He didn't have a crowd, nobody else with him from the crowd. He was alone. And once they got him into the Senate chamber, with the help of the Capitol Police, he's the one that had the bullhorn, and he was actually saying a prayer for the police for allowing them to come in. That's on the tape. If prosecutors have evidence that a defendant may have not committed the crime they're accused of, they must give that evidence to the accused attorneys. What they did, what Dershowitz just pointed out yesterday, they withheld video evidence showing that guy with the horn hat was innocent of what the government had charged him with. 100%. We're talking corrupt federal prosecutors. And lastly, they don't want that video to be shown because it destroys the entire January 6th committee's findings. You are correct, Pappy. It destroys their theory that Trump led and was responsible for this, quote, insurrection. That's why they don't want the people seeing it. And we would not be seeing any of this had Republicans not taken control of the House. You realize that? If the Democrats had maintained that majority and Nancy Pelosi or someone else in the Democrats was still Speaker, none of this would be seen for at least another 2 years until possibly Republicans would have taken over in 24. And if they did not, if Democrats maintained control, we would never, none of us would have ever seen any of this video. Fact. All right, let me get to, let's see here. Hello, Senor Heatwave on a Friday.
Good morning, Senor. Oh, well, I want to talk about the tax cut or the tax increases.
The budget.
That, the jackass Joe is trying to say. He's trying to say he's going to make it. No one making under $400,000 is going to be paying more in taxes. Period. Well, obviously he's not a businessman. I'm not a businessman, but I'm the one that's paying the increased prices to cover the taxes that Joe wants to throw on big corporations.
Can you figure that out, right? I mean, I was thinking along that line this past day. I mean, we can use what we've been contending with over the last 2 years. Chris Gabrelchik sat here and explained to us that the cost of the cardboard, the boxes to package the products and ship, the cost for the bottles to bottle the product to ship to all those things go up in price. If you're going to increase the taxes on the cardboard maker, they're going to pass that cost on to Chris Gabrelchik to use their cardboard. And we pay the price. It's not in taxes, but it's in the price of the goods. It's not that hard to figure out, is it?
No, I mean, they're not going to take a loss because they're producing the product.
Right.
They're just passing it along to us. And when he say, well, the president's plan is going to save $3 trillion in 10 years.
You say, yeah, right?
For 10 years. You do multiply that by 10, yeah, that's $3 trillion. Well, my biggest deal is, why say you're going to be saving this amount of money over 10 years when right now you want to increase, the budget, the spending gap limit by however many trillion there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds good and it looks good on paper, but you can't continue to spend more or request that they spend more each year and then say, well, we're going to save $3 trillion. No, that ain't going to happen. And then he's almost like he's daring McConnell and the other character to come up with their budget plan. It's like, I dare you to do better. Well, I hope they can, and I hope they do. Stop spending money. It's like one said, we don't have an income problem. We have a spending problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, good night. And I think it would be best if we just opened up our drilling, start doing, getting the oil back into the pipelines, getting them back to the refineries, becoming energy independent and a net exporter of energy. And like Trump was saying, we could have been paying off the debt. But the way the Democrats are going, I mean, all we're going to be able to do is pay off the interest, maybe. So you know what? I'm in favor of just letting the debt ceiling where it is. I mean, we've already lost AAA rating, so we're down to AA. So let's go ahead and lose another A rating. And if the recession happens, well, guess what? I'm sorry. I'm going to get hurt. I know that. But, I'm tired of the can getting kicked further and further down. We've got to get the spending under control. There's no two ways about it. It has to get under control. And, if anyone thinks that China is going to admit guilt or fault or that anything ever happened, you're barking up a wrong tree.
Don't hold your breath, right?
They knew what in the hell they were doing. Yeah, exactly.
It'll never, ever be admitted. No doubt.
Yep. Well, happy birthday to 5-7. And, Senor, you have yourself a good night and a good weekend. We'll do this again Sunday morning.
All right. Well, I don't know. Will we look forward to it? Yeah, we'll look forward to it. All right. Plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388 here on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
This is a USA News update. Dr. Anthony Fauci is using words like bizarre and preposterous in response to claims during a hearing that he was part of a cover-up involving the origin of COVID. Fauci says he's willing to testify before the House Select Coronavirus Committee. President Biden has laid out his budget proposal in a speech to union workers in Philadelphia. The plan calls for higher taxes, but Biden says it won't hit those earning less than $400,000 a year. The president has sent a get well message to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who's been hospitalized after a fall. Biden tweeted he hopes to see the Kentucky Republican back on the Senate floor soon. Actor Robert Blake is dead at the age of 89. Blake was best known for his Emmy Award-winning portrayal of undercover detective Tony Beretta. I'm Karen Sloan, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here, and yes, lines available at 844-844-3388. So, yeah, President Biden unveils his budget proposal, raising the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%, which right out of the box, that's going to burden both large and small businesses. While the term cooperation is so often used to depict large companies like Microsoft or Walmart or Mickey D's, C corporations are both small and large businesses. The most prevalent of corporations, individual shareholders of C corporations, already have profits taxed both on a corporate and personal level. That's double taxation. Small businesses account for 65% of net new jobs created between 2000 and 2019 and comprised 99.7% of firms with paid employees, according to the Small Business Association. About 31 million small businesses exist in this country. 81% of them, 25.7 million, have no additional employees. They're run and operated by an individual. So unveiling his proposal this past day to raise the corporate income tax by 7 points, pretty much erasing the Trump-era tax cuts that Republicans enacted. It would set the corporate tax rate at 28%. Now, that's still below the 35% that prevailed before the 2017 tax law. He did not appear to clarify if his proposal would only impact big businesses that have the resources to avoid as many taxes as possible. But he did mention his readiness to negotiate the budget with Speaker McCarthy. Kind of asking him, well, present your proposal and maybe we can work on something. Now, he appeared excited to raise corporate taxes. Of course, House Republicans stand in the way of allowing that to become law. Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik told reporters yesterday the budget should be small business friendly. Think about the budget challenges we face. Hardworking families, hardworking farmers, small business owners, when they're facing challenges, they open their books and look for common sense ways to find savings to ensure they can continue to grow, for future generations. And another representative, David Kustoff of Tennessee, who pretty much came right out and said, well, this budget that President Biden unveiled claims going to reduce the federal deficit by nearly $3 trillion, has no chance of making it through the Republican-controlled House. Obviously, everybody realizes, including the White House, this budget is dead on arrival. Our national debt right now is over $31 trillion, approaching $32 trillion. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates that over the next 10 years, we're going to add another $20 trillion. Biden needs to get serious. He needs to work with Republicans to cut and curve back the level of spending. Now, he's a member of the House Ways and Means Committee. He said in the first 2 years of Biden's presidency, Democrats controlling Congress, spending like there's no tomorrow. The American Rescue Plan added $2 trillion in new federal spending. The Inflation Reduction Act, which is very aptly misnamed, added $750 million in new federal spending. There were no offsets for it. The number one thing people talk about every day is just how expensive it is to live. Their affordability factor. Now, in these massive federal dollars that he proposes, and Chuck Schumer and the Democrats propose, it only exacerbates the level of inflation that's already affecting people all across the country. Like, as I said, you don't have to be an economist. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out. Anyone running a business, small or large, if it's going to cost you more to make a widget, you're going to have to charge more for the widget. How hard is that to figure out? Like I said, I used the example of the packaging material. Yeah, the bottles for our Hot Shot Secret products, the raw materials to manufacture and blend the actual product to go in the more expensive bottle and then into the more expensive bottle. All these big corporations, multi-billion-dollar corporations that are making the corrugated cardboard that everybody puts in their boxes. Amazon's going to have to charge more because they're going to be paying more for their boxes. So technically, they can stand at the podium and say, this is not going to raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000. Because no, you're not going to sit down at the end of the year and look at your W-2 and fill out the tax forms to, quote, pay more. What you're going to do is you're going to pay more out of your paycheck for every single item you order, you purchase, everything you touch on any given day. It's not a tax on you directly. It's a roundabout tax. That's the way it's mangling the words. Does that make sense? Clear as mud now, right? It's 844-844-3388. Eagle got a round 2 here Friday. What's going on?
Yeah, I wanted to go back over and talk about something I seen on this video that we talked about a couple of months ago. Yeah, Steve, on the evening news today, this guy Lester Holt on NBC News, he claims, the Pentagon or somebody said that there is a mothership UFO that's headed towards Earth or wherever it's headed. Now, it's obvious, Steve. I don't know why the U.S. military, the government, has been hiding things from us about these unidentified objects for a long time. They don't want. I don't know if they don't think the American people can handle the situation, or if they can handle the truth. But there definitely is something out there coming from other beings. And the reason why I know this is a true fact that that these things do exist, that there's another life form besides us out there, is you go all the way back to the pyramids in Egypt, and you can clearly see that these people drew pictures on the walls of these beings. And another reason why I know it's a fact is because there's no way that those people didn't have the equipment to build those pyramids, Steve. Somebody helped those people. Those pyramids are built to perfection, just like an architect would do it right now. Those people that had that type of technology back then, they were helped to build these things by some other life form. Now, over the last couple of weeks, I've been watching videos. Oh yeah, I want to talk about TikTok too. I've been watching a lot of TikTok. There have been UFO sightings all over the U.S. and the world the last couple of weeks. Things, flying objects, and from what I'm understanding, I seen a video tonight when you had me on hold of the one up at the space station. They said that some object was appearing to watch the space station, and then it got up closer, and then it just disappeared into thin air. They got this on video. Now, like I said before, there's something out there. I don't know why the government does not let the people know on the whole deal. They still didn't tell us what happened with these objects that they had the last 2 or 3 weeks ago that they claimed they shot down. They still ain't told us what these objects was. I don't think they ever will tell us what they found. So there's definitely something out there that they're trying to hide. Now, getting back to TikTok, Steve, I don't think, from what I'm understanding, they are trying to ban TikTok in America. They trying to take this internet thing down, and I don't think they should be allowed to do it. I think if they want to take it away from government equipment, Steve, government phones and laptops or whatever, I can understand the government doing that. But as far as your own personal phone, if you want to have TikTok on your cell phone, you should be allowed to have it. And I think the government is overstepping. As far as I'm concerned, they're taking away the right, freedom of speech, and your right, to do things. I remember a couple of years ago, they took away Backpage. I used to use Backpage a lot. And one day I went to go use Backpage, and there was when you tried to put it on there, it was signed saying that the U.S. government had got rid of that. Now, and I got a real bad feeling that one day I'm going to go to TikTok and it's going to say the same thing, that the U.S. government is in control of that situation too. But I don't think they should step in on that, Steve. I think it should be up to the person, American people, if you want to have TikTok, and the government should not have no control of that. And I'd like to hear what you say, what you think about TikTok, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Well, that's at the moment, at least, that's pretty much the stance. That may change. I mean, when they tell you that the Chinese Communist Party can monitor you, can control your device, can kind of feed you propaganda, which, I don't know, in the day and age we're living right now, I mean, essentially the January 6th committee, was that not in itself essentially a propaganda campaign? Something akin to the Chinese Communist Party? Yeah, you only get to see what they allow you to see. I can see why they'd want it off of any government-issued devices, because if China can see what's going on through those devices, that's a backdoor way of being able to get top secret, military secrets, anything. So at least as I don't have a TikTok account. Like I say, I know scrolling through Facebook, they got the Reels and the Shorts thing, which most of those are pretty much TikTok feeds. Are there not alternatives, right? It's not like you're not going to be able to share things with friends. There are already numerous other alternatives, and I'm sure something will step in to fill the gap for the American audience in the event that they were to ban TikTok, for what it's worth. All right, it's 844-844-3388, a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I mentioned earlier, I don't get into the Walmarts, the Myers a whole lot these days, but last time I was there, probably doing Christmas shopping. Walked back to the entertainment department. Yeah, hardly any CDs on the shelves anymore. I remember when there used to be 3 and 4 aisles of music CDs. Just one little section with mostly just the brand new latest releases. But I did notice a big end cap with a whole bunch of albums. Yeah, albums. Vinyl records, which have been kind of making a comeback. It's the whole nostalgia thing. And I know you say, well, who actually even has a record player anymore? The shelf there at, I think I was at Walmart. It may have been Myers, whatever. They had the whole shelf of albums. I'm like, man, I had that one. And I started flipping through. I had that one. I had that one. And then they had brand new turntables down below. You can buy a new turntable. Vinyl records continue to translate their retro appeal into a steady resurgence. I guess that's old folks wanting to go back in the day, right? Albums outsold compact discs last year in terms of units in the United States for the first time since 1987. Revenues from the sale of physical records were up 4% last year to $1.7 billion, according to the Recording Industry Association. We snagged 41 million vinyl units last year versus 33 million CDs or compact discs. Again, everything's going to the digital, though, right? You listen on your computer. You download your favorite songs into your smartphone. You put your earbuds in when you go for a walk or walk the dog. And gone are the days of the Walkman cassette player. Remember those? But I can't believe the vinyl is coming back like that. Vinyl's popularity has grown steadily in recent years. Collectors and fans nostalgic of that warm crackle that emanates from side A and side B. The whole premise of going away from vinyl to the compact disc, the digital versions, was to completely eliminate the pop, the crackle, the hiss that you would hear from the vinyl. But that's the nostalgia. Nothing sounded better than vinyl. Revenue from physical records had already started surpassing CDs as of the 2020 report, but this is the first time in more than 30 years that more vinyl units were sold versus their compact disc counterparts. Streaming, as I mentioned, streaming is king. Servicing, including paid subscriptions, ad-supported platforms, growing once again 7%. Reaching a record $13.3 billion in revenue. That's 84% of the total. Paid subscriptions comprise the lion's share, accounting for 77% of streaming revenues, exceeding $10 billion for the first time. According to the Recording Industry Association, 92 million people are now paid subscribers of some sort of a streaming music listening service. Total record music revenues grew for the 7th consecutive year to a record high of $15.9 billion. So, yeah, we're not buying nearly as many albums or CDs, but everybody's paying for their digital subscriptions. Paying for the music. Would that be Gilligan on a Friday?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Steve. I tell you what, it's been an interesting night up here on 81. Figure it'll be cleaned up by the time I think it's about cleaned up now. Somebody flipped one down there at the 51-mile marker on the northbound side there in Virginia on 81 there. Madison, I think that's where that's at. So drivers out there, if you think you're having a bad night, think about that before it's sold and flip these trucks sometimes. If you're going home safe, you've had a good day, good night, or whatever. That's one thing I learned a long time ago. Any safe trip is a good trip. Talking about the album sales and how they surpass CDs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've noticed that. How you go into Walmart and stuff, there's a lot of albums out there. I've looked through them too, and it's like, well, I've got that one, or I've got that one.
Yep.
I've got a collection of the old original albums, actually. My daughter, Bo, she does something that I think is kind of funny. She's bought up a bunch of the old cassette tapes. It actually got a cassette player.
Really?
She loves that stuff. Yeah. On her wall, she has the first Def Leppard album they put out, the one with the truck on the front of it.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Original copyright, too. Yeah, she's a Def Leppard fan. I wouldn't know where she got that from. I've never, not me. No. I've never been a big fan of Rockabye, just Hysteria or any of that.
Oh, really? Odd that you know all those names, huh?
Yeah, no, we don't know anything about that, do we, Steve?
There were several. Def Leppard had great music in the 80s. I mean, they're still touring today, but it ain't what they used to be. Hey, we got to get a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product line of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Karen Sloan. At least 7 people are dead and several more are injured after a mass shooting in Germany. The attack was carried out Thursday in the northern city of Hamburg at a building used by Jehovah's Witnesses. It's believed more than 24 people were shot. Police say someone who could be the gunman was among those who died. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has been reconnected to the country's power grid. Europe's biggest nuclear plant had been running on emergency diesel generators for essential safety functions since Thursday, after Russian missile strikes hit near the plant in eastern Ukraine. Russia had launched dozens of missiles during a 24-hour period in the country. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
These are targets that were largely civilian infrastructure. He's trying to knock out the lights. He's trying to turn off the heat. And he's trying to do it all over the country. In fact, some of the strikes we know now occurred all the way as far west as Lviv.
The Ukrainian military also issued a warning about possible future attacks. On the COVID front, Dr. Anthony Fauci wasn't going to let Republicans go unanswered this week. Ryan Daniels explains.
Fauci is using words like bizarre and preposterous in response to claims during a hearing that he was part of a cover-up involving the origins of COVID. The former National Infectious Diseases Director refuted Congressman Jim Jordan's suggestions about bribed scientists, Fauci saying the money was from a grant already in process. He also disputed a claim that he blocked former CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield from a conference call because he believed a lab incident was involved. Fauci said he was not involved with deciding who was and wasn't on the call. He added that, quote, half of the people on the call believed a lab accident was the cause. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Fauci says he's willing to testify if asked. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The American Red Cross is making an effort to increase the number of people who roll up their sleeves and donate blood. It says anyone who donates before March 31st will have a $10 prepaid gift card sent to their email. They'll also be entered for a chance at winning a $3,000 card. To schedule a donation appointment, go to redcrossblood.org. The Georgetown University men's basketball program is parting ways with head coach Patrick Ewing.
Ewing spent the last 6 seasons at his alma mater, winning just over 40% of his games. The Hoyas did not win an NCAA tournament game during his tenure. Ewing was drafted first overall in the 1985 NBA draft by the New York Knicks, spending most of his Hall of Fame career with the franchise. He's also Georgetown's second all-time leading scorer. I'm Dave Collins.
Showtime is releasing a new trailer for Season 2 of its Emmy-nominated series Yellow Jackets. The show follows a high school soccer team that survives a plane crash in 1996 and has to survive in the Canadian forest. The new series begins March 24th. Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert is set to become a grandmother at 36. The GOP conservative made the announcement Thursday while speaking at an event, saying her 17-year-old son is expecting a child next month with his 16-year-old girl. USA News, I'm Karen Sloan.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's a list too long for one report, so here comes Shipshewana Competitors Part 2. And just like every one of them, you're invited. Plus, we have news about another upcoming poll brought to you by Mack Trailer. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We left off in last week's report after exploring the roster of 3 of the 5 invited championship pulling divisions slated to appear at the 4th annual NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals, which is now less than 2 weeks away on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana. Tickets for the NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com. The prices are lower than they'll be on the day of the event, and attendance has grown over its 3 previous iterations as the Shipshewana Spring Nationals becomes a tradition for pulling fans in the tri-state. So if you're thinking of going, head over to shopntpa.com and close the deal. Also, the entire event will be streamed at ntpa.tv using the cameras of the NTPA Championship Pulling Weekly Television Series on RFD TV. Watch it on your TV, PC, or mobile device using one of several available apps after signing up for an account at ntpa.tv. So far, we've brought you the Super Farm Pro Stock and 4.1 Limited Pro Stock competitors. Invited Hot Farm tractors include Darren Bomber from Brookville, Indiana, and I Got This. Colton Bomber from Brookville, Indiana, and Daddy's Money. Brian Carrington from Greenville, Ohio, and Endless. Alan Daly from Star City, Indiana, and No Name Deer. Ryan Funk from Royal Center, Indiana, and Hooked on a Feeling. Tim Jones from Berrien Springs, Michigan, and Against the Odds. Scott Miller of Spencerville, Ohio, and Dragline Express. Mike Robbins of Greensburg, Indiana, and Fire in the Hole. Brant Schrader of Columbia City, Indiana, and Addiction. Kevin D. Smith from Rochester, Indiana, and Buckshot Reloaded. Travis Smith from Rochester, Indiana, and Cornfield Cadillac. Matt and Kylie Warner of Versailles, Indiana, and Ragin' Buck, and Everett Wilkerson of Defiance, Ohio, and just one more. And invited Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks include Mike Burton of New Philadelphia, Ohio, and the Backwoods Evolution. C.W. Cartmel of Monticello, Indiana, and Most Hated. Corey Frank of Bloomingdale, Ohio, and Causing Trouble. Stacy Gwynn of Albany, Ohio, and Juiced Up. Eric Huckey of College Corner, Ohio, and Slightly Overworked. Jordan Jackson of Connorsville, Indiana, and Billet Steel and Sex Appeal. Calvin Logan of Bowerstown, Ohio, and Running Out of Room. Matt Lautz of Elkhart, Indiana, and the Night Howler. Brian Shue of Columbia City, Indiana, and the Iron Maiden. Eric Woodman of Republic, Ohio, and Big Red. Jacob Woodman of Tiffin, Ohio, and Under Pressure. And Robert Woodman of Republic, Ohio, and Boosted. And if all that horsepower isn't enough to whet your appetite for noise, smoke, and thrilling competition, we have even better news. The Mack Trailer Winter Nationals will invade historic Freedom Hall on the grounds of the Kentucky Exposition Center for one session on Saturday, April 1st, beginning at 5 p.m. The Winter Nationals coincide with the final day of the Mid-American Trucking Show held at the Expo Center, so if you're already in town for the truck show, why not hang around for a Saturday night with the best competitors of the NTPA? Divisions on the card include open fuel superstock tractors, modified minis, 10,000-pound pro stock tractors, and the heaviest division in the motorsport, the 20,000-pound super semis. Tickets won't go on sale to the general public for a few more weeks, but we've posted a link on the front page at ntpapull.com that will allow you to purchase tickets today. That's ntpapull.com for a link to tickets to the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals at the Kentucky Expo Center on Saturday, April 1st, right at the end of the truck show. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
So it appears we're actually going to have a committee to investigate the January 6th committee. You what? Yeah, round and round we go. In light, I suppose, of the 41,000 hours of camera footage released, Representative Barry Loudermilk of Georgia informed The Hill on Wednesday he will be leading an investigation into the now dissolved January 6th Select Committee. Loudermilk chairs the House Administration Committee's Subcommittee on Oversight. Said the panel is currently reviewing the video footage from January 6th. They've also set up a portal on their website to collect tips on the demonstration, the security that was present, the delay in National Guard support, and the subsequent Select Committee. We got to get through the documents, so we need to do some interviews, but at some point we will have some hearings, he says. We need to get serious investigations into what happened that day, which the January 6th committee did not do. Where were the security failures? What have we done to fix it? Now, I did not confirm if there would be any hearings or subpoenas aimed at members of the former Select Committee. I simply said, I hope they'll just come in and talk. This is not going to be some sort of a gotcha. This is about getting to the truth, which the original committee was never about. All right, so we've got the video released. Tucker's got it now. He deduced that the footage does not show an insurrection and demolishes the accusation put forward by the January 6th committee. Yep. All right, we left off there chatting with Gilligan. Let me get back, finish up here. What else we got this morning?
Oh, a little bit there, Steve. I thank you for having me back. What we know the January 6th committee was nothing but a bunch of partisan acts. There's no question about that. They was not looking for evidence. They was just looking for ways to implicate Trump. They had to have these videos proving all this wrong. This has been a witch hunt from the beginning, just like both of his impeachment hearings. They was witch hunts. I get so frustrated with these people that defend this. And Trump says Trump is racist, Trump is that. Well, the man done more for the American people than any president, I dare say, since Reagan. And I'll tell you what, in some ways, he did better than Reagan, but then again, in other ways, Reagan, was, in my opinion, was a better president. That is just my opinion. I may catch some flack for it, but that is my opinion. I love Reagan, no doubt about it. But I also like a lot of what Trump did, too. All right. Well, I got to get over to the more serious thing at hand. Just remember, everybody, on November 5th, 4th, cast your vote for the inbred redneck. Yes, that's right, for president. Him and Pajek is our vice president. Consider the campaign secretary to run this campaign and to nominate the cabinet. Well, I have named an assistant in this, by the way, my heat wave. Heat Wade's going to help me with this. We're working on it right now. We have two announcements. He has actually convinced me that the right wingnut should be the head of the ATF. And he had a good point. If there's anybody that knows more about alcohol or tobacco, I don't know who it would be, because that vodka and them Cuban cigars, he's pretty heavy into that. And between us, we can probably help him with the firearms pretty good, so he will be all right there. The other big announcement is we're going to reach out to the Carolina Monkey Couch. I think we have the perfect position for him in the cabinet. Are you ready for this, Steve? We want to nominate him as Secretary of Defense.
Oh.
Because he is the most well-armed member of this audience.
Funny.
I hope everybody has a good weekend. Take care. Talk to you next.
All right, there you go. Well armed. No pun intended. Well, happy Friday. Hey, Mike. No, it's not a full moon, but it's a couple days past.
Yeah, well, you apparently aren't doing very well on your due diligence finding intelligent callers with what I'm following, right?
Whoops.
But hey, speaking of Gilligan, did you hear that he's now identifying as a locust?
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, Hershey's came out with this plant-based Reese Cup thing there.
I saw that. I meant to ask him about that last night, if he's gonna get into the plant-based Hershey's.
Well, you know, he figures he can devour more of them there. He's identifying himself now as a locust, so he can go through and devour the whole plant-based thing there when he goes in the store there and just sits down and just opens up cases and double fists them, you know, on the floor there right in front of the cash register. So, anyways, yeah, and Dr. Fauci, did you hear anything about this? I heard Dr. Fauci was talking to one of the representatives, and he said, "I'm not happy." And the representative responded by saying, "Which one of the other six dwarfs are you?" I don't know if you can possibly find confirmation on that somewhere at all.
Oh
be
boy.
interesting to know. And so anyways, my bit about the being possibly left over from the full moon. I'm coming in to make my delivery. I got a big intersection I'm in. It's 4 lanes, 2 in each direction. You know, zipper down the middle, turning lanes, no medians, just divided by yellow lines. And I got some guy out there dancing on the zipper right in the middle of the intersection where I got to make my turn. And he's just kind of like just standing there. So I tried to inform him with my train horn that he really shouldn't be out in the middle of the intersection. And then he was like really jumping up and down more and waving his arms and dancing more. And I decided the people that carry those funny white coats that button in the back should come and have a chat with them. So I did make a little 3-digit phone call and alerted them that they might want to come out and send the funny wagon out there and see if they might have some
sort of send out a mental health professional.
Yeah, well, maybe you know, that or maybe we need a right wingnut there with the alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and I'm not sure what he might have been his condition was, but the 911 officer did ask me if he seemed, you know, like he had any problems or conditions or anything like that. And I said, well, other than dancing out in the middle of the intersection trying to get run over, no, he looked pretty physically capable other than that. But yeah, so anyways, the other night there, you were mentioning about the amount of military equipment and everything that got left there in Afghanistan with
Yes.
that debacle of a withdrawal that resulted in the deaths of 13 of our military members there. Of course, we don't ever want to forget that part of it. And do you think there's any way the Taliban might want to ship our equipment up to the Ukraine to help Ukraine? You know, it's really close there. It's not that far from Afghanistan to Ukraine. So, you know, if they could facilitate and, you know, transferring that equipment and and military assets.
Yeah, that's an idea.
I mean, just think how much money that would save Joe Biden here. He could knock the deficit down $4 trillion. No, wait a minute. He can't. How do you bring it down when you keep spending more? How does that work, Your Honor? All right. Anyways, I don't know. What else could we have for you? We can't have too much more. We got too much stupid, silly going on here as it is. So I don't know. I guess we'll let it go at that there. And I hope the Scarecrow up there, I hope he got to stop at Walmart and buy himself his own window washer squeegee, spongy thing there,
Yeah,
and carry in
right.
the truck with him, not rely on the truck stops up there for supplying the fifth wheel cleaning brushes.
That's it. I was going to say that is his fifth wheel cleaning squeegee.
Exactly. Yep. You want to keep that nice and shiny. Get all the grease off the fifth wheel. Keep it nice and shiny. Maybe wax it a little bit. That's to get it ready for the truck show. So yeah. But other than that, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you there. So anyways, yeah, just be careful. You might want to go buy a couple cases of them plant-based Reese cups and have out there around your bushes and that, because them locusts come around there. You don't want them devouring all your good bushes and everything there. Stick them on them Reese cups.
Yeah, plant-based, and that was an announcement. It's for the vegans. Vegans have a sweet tooth, don't they? Reese's peanut butter cups are getting the vegan treatment. Hershey Company announcing this week Reese's plant-based peanut butter cups will go on sale this month. Now, this will be its first vegan chocolates sold nationally. A second plant-based offering, Hershey's plant-based extra creamy with almonds and sea salt, will be following next month. Apparently, the chocolates are made with oats rather than milk. According to Hershey, they've experimented with vegan chocolate before. They sold an oat-based chocolate bar called the Oat Maid in some test markets back in 21. The new products will be the first sold throughout the U.S. under the plant-based label. Hershey said consumers want choice, and we're looking for products that they consider healthier or with fewer ingredients, reduced sugar, and plant-based options. They've also introduced an organic version of Reese's Cups back in February of 21. Organic version? Younger consumers are looking to reduce consumption of animal-based products. According to a market research firm, Euromonitor, they found 54% of Generation Z consumers were restricting their animal-based products from their diets, compared to 34% of baby boomers. You got that on your must-have list? Plant-based Reese Cups.
Wow. Morning, Steve.
What's going on, Double R?
How you doing?
Well, hanging with them Friday finally here.
Yeah, TGIF to you, bud. You deserve it. So, hey, I spoke with Demon yesterday, and I told him, I said, Steve said...
where the hell's he been?
He's been running, he's doing the daylight savings crud now.
Okay.
And he said he was really bragging about that Hot Shot Secret anti-gel. He said he was over in Idaho. He was telling me, and it was like minus 39 degrees. Was it? Yeah, Idaho. And it was minus 39 degrees. He said everybody was gelling up and stuff. And he said he was just trucking right along like nothing going on.
There you
that
go.
Stuff is really good, so anyhow, but I just wanted to call you and let you know that Juanita went through her surgery all right. They did 3 cuts on her, one in the back of her neck, one in the middle of her spine, and one lower down in her spine. But she's doing well. And I remember them albums. In fact, I still got quite a few albums. Ain't nothing like, it was the Eagles, I think it was. Yeah, their last live album they had. Put that on and have an ice cold beer and just sit down and just mellow out to it, you know?
Yeah.
Them's the good old days.
See, but after, depending on which album you got, after 4 or 5 songs, you had to get off your ass and go flip it to side B.
Right. Well, you have to get up and get another beer anyhow.
Well, that's
What the
true.
hell, you know?
Yeah.
But Nita's gonna love that Reese's stuff. I don't think she's gonna like that at all. But oh well.
Well, I mean, the classic, the traditionals will still be available. This is just for the younger generation, the vegan generation.
Oh, okay. All right. So we will definitely be at the truck show with you, Steve. So Nita told me to let you know that we will be there.
Okay.
She goes, there's something else I was going to tell you. Oh, they were talking about that guy in Georgia that's going to do that investigation on January 6th. The person that stirred all that crap up done got on her broom and rode.
Who's that? Cheney? Liz?
No, I'm talking about
Pelosi? Okay, Pelosi.
Yeah. She's the only one I know that knows how to ride a damn broom. So,
is she still in the house? But she's just not.
No, I don't. I think she's gone.
Okay.
I don't know.
I can't remember if she was.
She might be in Schumer's hip pocket. Who knows? Hey, if I may, I picked up one of your listeners on my Facebook, and I just want to tell him hello, Nelson. Does that sound familiar to you, Nelson? I believe that's his name. Anyhow, I just want to say hi to him. He talks about your show, and he likes listening to it and all that. And I told him I just want to say hi to him. And, well, we had an exciting day today. We had to go to Blue Springs, Mississippi, the Toyota plant down there. We had to fight through the news media to pick up a damn car to take up here to Georgetown, Kentucky. And they had pulled us in a building, and it was crazy. And I can't let nobody see the car, and I don't know why they do all this crap, Steve. I know the media, they do it for a story, something new coming out,
Mm-hmm.
And anyhow, I didn't see anything different with the thing, but it is what it is. But anyhow, you guys doing all right?
Yes, sir. Doing all right. I don't think no big plans for the weekend. I do need to get a haircut. Starting to look like the Shaggy DA.
You and me both. Did you see my truck?
Yeah, that's sharp.
Nice looking truck, ain't it?
It is.
But Scott, or Demon, he's calling my truck my Taliban sedan. So that's what I named it, my Taliban sedan.
Taliban sedan. Okay.
Yeah, that's all they drive. Every time you see them going down the road, they're in a Volvo. So anyhow, but I'm not going to keep you on there, Steve. I'm listening. I just got up and started driving. Nita went to bed, so.
Okay.
I'm out here listening to you, brother. So.
Well, appreciate you checking in. Have a good weekend. I guess you'll be out there rolling, as they say. And all right, news break coming up. Yeah. So, Nancy Pelosi, she is still in the House of Representatives. She is a, quote, rank and file member. Like everybody, she's no longer in a leadership position. But yeah, she's still up there. Sure don't see much of her. She's not on the camera much, is she? Yeah. News break.
USA News Update. Americans will be getting an hour less sleep this upcoming weekend when daylight saving time kicks in. There are some impacts on human health. Dr. Heinrich Gompf, a sleep researcher at UC Davis Health, says shifting clocks can also cause a decrease in life satisfaction.
So not exactly full-blown depression, but for the couple of weeks after the switch over to savings time, actually almost somewhere between a quarter and a third of the population feels a little down.
During the first week or so after shifting time, research shows there's an increase in cardiovascular disease, stroke, and fatal car accidents. The family of an LSU student that died in a hazing incident is being awarded more than $6 million. The Advocate reports a jury has determined that the parents of Max Groover should receive $6.1 million in a wrongful death lawsuit filed against the university, along with Phi Delta Theta and members of the fraternity. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here. Round and third, headed for home, as our friend Rick in Columbus likes to say. And he's happy. Baseball is back. Big fan of those Cincinnati Reds, right? All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Looks like the sparks were flying yesterday. The House committee probing the weaponization of government opened up their second meeting with a fiery start on Thursday. Republicans and Democrats sparring over Hunter Biden's laptop, government interference with big tech, and the Twitter files were all on the slate. This is the House Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. Jim Jordan is chairing this. He started the hearing with his opening statement criticizing what he called the cozy relationship between big tech and government agencies. On his list was Twitter's suppression of the New York Post story on Hunter's laptop just ahead of the 2020 election. The information op was run on us, run on we the people. And if that's not the weaponization of government, I don't know what is, he says. That laptop contained emails and photos of the son of Joe Biden, then the Democrat nominee, that most experts now say would have swung the election to then President Donald Trump had they been more widely distributed. Instead, Twitter blocked the post out of its content, claiming the story was false because Twitter executives at the time were tipped off by the government that the Bidens would be the target of a hack and leak operation. What a coincidence, he says, sarcastically. Democrat Stacey Plaskett, the ranking Democrat on the panel, returned fire, saying that Republicans who formed the committee after taking control of the lower chamber in the midterms have questionable motives for holding the hearings. You're pushing a false narrative. There's something going on between congressional Republicans and Elon Musk, she says. Mr. Chairman, Americans can see through this. Musk is helping you out politically, and you're going out of the way to promote and protect him and to praise him for his work. Ridiculous, Jordan says. Plaskett said Democrats did not receive access to the pertinent letters from the Federal Trade Commission until 8 p.m. Wednesday night. All right, what we just saw with the COVID lab leak theory, many of the institutions we're now investigating initially labeled the idea as disinformation, a conspiracy theory. Now, apparently, even in the FBI takes it seriously. Plaskett at one point described Tabby and the two guys, Schellenberger, that were presenting the Twitter files, so-called journalist, to which, Tabby pointed to his multiple journalism awards and the list of New York Times best-selling books, trying to say he's not a journalist. Tabby has worked for the Associated Press and Rolling Stone, among other outlets. He's been a regular contributor on shows ranging from Imus in the Morning to the Rachel Maddow Show on MSNBC. He was repeatedly pressed by Democrats on who at Twitter gave him access to the documents that he used in his report, specifically whether it was Musk himself, but Tabby refused to answer. He simply said, sources at Twitter. Democrat Sylvia Garcia of Texas finally said, Well, either he is or he isn't. If you're telling me you can't answer because it's your source, then the only logical conclusion is that he is, in fact, your source. Well, I guess what difference does that make? Everybody has their sources, as they say, and they oftentimes do not divulge their sources, especially when they're given information confidentially. So a fiery opening to the committee meeting number 2. Shall we go to the sci-fi zone? All right, Eagles. I had not heard. He said Lester Holt brought up something about a mothership on the evening news. What's he talking about? Okay, there's a bunch of coverage of that. There is the possibility that extraterrestrial motherships and smaller probes may be visiting planets in our solar system. So says the head of the Pentagon's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Research Office in a draft that was shared earlier this week. An artificial interstellar object could potentially be a parent craft that releases many small probes during its close passage to Earth. An operational construct not too dissimilar to what NASA does. So says Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Kirkpatrick, who was appointed as director of the AARO when it was founded in July of last year, previously served as the chief scientist at the Defense Intelligence Agency's Missile and Space Intelligence Center. This AARO was established to investigate unidentified objects of interest around military installations, according to the Pentagon. The other guy that's a part of this is the guy by the name of Abraham Loeb. Loeb gained notoriety when he proposed our galaxy had been traversed by its first visitor from outer space back in October of 2017. At that time, the Pan-STARRS telescope in Hawaii detected an object moving through our solar system at a speed that caused some scientists to suggest it was from another galaxy. The object's orbit also hinted at other forces besides the sun's gravitational pull influencing its movement. Scientists dubbed that object, and I remember reporting on this, Oumuamua, the Hawaiian term for scout, which Kirkpatrick and Loeb offer in their research paper as an example of a possible mothership with probe capabilities. With proper design, these tiny probes would reach the Earth or other solar system planets for exploration as the parent craft passes by within a fraction of the Earth-Sun separation, just as this object did. Astronomers would not be able to notice the spray of mini probes because they don't reflect enough sunlight for existing survey telescopes to notice them. All right, February 16th, last month, Marco Rubio, Kirsten Hildebrand, and 12 other senators sent a letter to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Director of the National Intelligence calling for full funding for this AARO program. Like I said, cue the Twilight Zone. All right. What else in the mix here? Talk about, right about this time yesterday morning, if memory serves, we were talking, I think Lauren Weiss had called talking about his $12,000 injection after the previous caller was talking about it. Was it Lauren that was talking about the cost of, $12,000 injections, $29,000 injections? It was one of our listeners, I think it was Lee, mentioned that. $29,000 a shot, that his wife wouldn't still be alive today if she wasn't taking those. And we questioned the cost of the likes of some of these medications. Well, sometimes it's all based on fraud. Story this past day. chronic pain patients were implanted with what turns out to be dummy pieces of plastic and told it would ease their pain, according to the indictment charging the former CEO of the firm that made the fake devices with fraud, Laura Perryman. Former CEO of StimWave LLC was arrested in Florida yesterday, according to the FBI press release, in connection with the scheme to create and sell a non-functioning medical device for implantation into patients suffering chronic pain, resulting in millions of dollars in losses to federal health care programs. Charged with one count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and health care fraud and one count of health care fraud. Now, somehow, she received FDA approval back in 2014, according to Engadget, positioned this as an alternative to opioids for pain relief. From the patient perspective, they definitely want pain relief alternatives that are not opioids. Taking the leap from opioid to surgery and a tiny battery inside your body sounds daunting, she said. The device she made, the Pink Stylet system, consisted of an implantable electrode array for stimulating the target nerve, a battery worn externally that powered it, and a separate 9-inch long implantable receiver. When doctors told her the long receiver was difficult to place in some patients, she created something called the White Stylet, a receiver that the doctors could cut in to be smaller and easier to implant. Turns out it was just a piece of plastic that did absolutely nothing. Apparently, this was implanted in who knows how many people, according to the FBI. She actually got employees to vouch for the efficacy of this product when she knew it was actually a non-functional piece of plastic. But they charged doctors and medical providers approximately $16,000 each for this device, which our insurance providers, including Medicare, would reimburse the doctor's office for. In other words, the founder and CEO of StimWave created a dummy medical device component made entirely of plastic, designed it to be implanted in patients for the sole purpose of causing doctors to unwittingly bill Medicare and private insurance companies $16,000 for each implantation of the piece of plastic. They did so they could charge medical providers many thousands of dollars for purchasing their so-called medical device. So not only did patients undergo unnecessary implanting procedures, could you imagine, but Medicare and insurance was defrauded millions of dollars. How is that even possible? None of the doctors or surgeons in planning this said, there's nothing to this. It's a piece of plastic. None the wiser. All right, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. options. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good morning to Steve there in Columbus. Checking in via email. Hello, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Feels like a long week, but Friday is finally here. Looking forward to a restful weekend. All right, coffee is hot. Pickups warmed up. We're headed to town, see what we can find in the trash today. Enjoy, have a good weekend, and get some rest. And there's Philip, Truck and Phil, there in Michigan. Happy Friday, coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, Kyle, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, the great product of Staybill. Let's see how the weather's going to be here in Michigan today. Roads in Fort Wayne are wet. Grass is white, though. Everybody have a great weekend. Only 290 days until Christmas as we depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back again. All right, horse feathers, one last thing you say, huh?
Yeah, one last thing, Your Honor. Appreciate it there. So this McDonald's deal here going on we got this morning. You know, I went in one here the other day. I dropped something off for the grandson and figured it was morning. I figured I'd get me one of them bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits because they're usually on them dollar menus there, you know?
Yeah.
And I go in, they're not on the dollar menu. They're on the regular menu, and they got it. You can either buy it individually or a meal. Individually, it was $4.59.
See? Yep.
For a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit there at that McDonald's. So, anyways, hey, I got two other quick things here. Now, did you hear the deal there about the kid that apparently has had an affair with his girlfriend's mother for the last 5 years? He must be like 22 now. It started when he was 17.
And she was the teacher. She was his teacher.
Yeah. Yeah. So where was all this when I was going to school, Your Honor?
I hear you.
Just saying. And what's this other deal with this representative that's 36 years old that's going to be a grandmother now, that her 17-year-old son's going to have a child with a girl? Now, did they say that in the news because this person that he's having, this child, the 17-year-old's having, is she identifying as a girl? Is she really a girl? Is she transgendered to a girl?
Oh my, I don't know. It's
You
Lauren.
just got to ask these questions.
Lauren Boebert. That's the one that narrowly got reelected there in Colorado, announcing her teen son is making her she's only 36. She'll be a 36-year-old grandmother.
Well, that's kind of old compared to what it is here in the city of Baltimore. I mean, that's some of these people I think are heading to be great grandparents at 36 here. But anyways, I just like the way the news said it there, that her 17-year-old son is going to have a child with a girl, and it's like not his girlfriend, or they're going to get married or what. But no, I guess it's better that they're having the child. At least they're going through that procedure and didn't go the other way with it. So I guess we can give them kudos to that.
According to the statement, Boebert actually kind of took a dig at the LGBT community, saying that she and her husband are raising their 4 boys to be men before liberals teach them to be women. Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, anyways, there. So, yeah, that's all I got going for you there. So, but, yeah, I don't know. And what is it? It's Kensington for Eagle up there. It's Kensington.
Yeah, the streets of Kensington.
Yep. Yep.
What a mess.
The wastewater treatment plant's right there off of that. We used to be up there all the time. No, right exactly where it was. We used to go down that road there all the time.
When I watch the videos, it seems like I guess there's a subway system or a train system that kind of goes overhead through that district, and all the attics are on the streets underneath the train system, the subway system.
Yeah, you got that, but there's all the it's real industrial up there. You got a lot of the warehouse district is there, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes on, but it makes it real easy for that criminal element to kind of stay in the shadows, because the only people that go in and out of there are pretty much truck drivers and warehouse workers. So it's more the industrial commercial part of the town, and it doesn't really get highlighted much there, being in the city itself there. And it was on the side. Actually, it's on the side right where the big oil refinery used to be there in Philadelphia before. If you remember, like 5-6 years ago, they had a big fire and explosion and all that, and that whole oil refinery has now been shut down. And you talk about a cleanup operation like you're talking out there in eastern Ohio. They're trying to work on cleaning up this oil refinery there, and the amount of tons and hundreds of thousands of tons of soil that has to be removed from there. And I don't know where they're taking it all to or what they're doing with it. But yeah, that whole oil refinery is no longer going to be anymore. And I don't know if they ever get the site cleaned up. I don't know what they'll do with it, but it's all right down there in the area where the ball fields are and all that. And so, but yeah, just beautiful Philadelphia. And I don't know. I kind of felt like Eagle was picking on me because he mentioned all 3 cities that I go to, Washington, Baltimore, and Philadelphia, and that, and he really kind of made me feel bad that I'm.
Yeah, and he called it Philadelphia.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of us that do, but anyways, so I don't know. I guess I'm just hang out in all these S-hole cities there that, like President Trump called them on. That's the area I'm in all the time. So, anyways. Hey, with that, we'll let you get back on.
Right.
And I guess
have a good weekend, and yeah. I pulled up my stream chat, and Ed, I'm guessing that's Ed. I'm assuming you're the rainmaker, right? He said, saying hello from Thailand. See you at the truck show. Ed, you're coming over from Thailand. Sylvester's coming over from the land down under. That'll be all right. We'll look forward to that. Yeah, Mid-America Truck Show. When you get a chance over the weekend, hit overnightdriveradio.com, hit contest, and get entered for the seat giveaway. We'll see you back at the midnight hour, Sunday night, Monday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.